I can start? Start. Hello again. Hi. Good morning, everyone, once again. A very warm welcome to all of you for the third and final day of the BILT Bridging event with the title Advancing TVET through Industry Partnerships and Innovation. For those that are joining us today, especially the online participants, may I remind you that this event is being organized by UNESCO UNIVOC, as well as University of South Africa, Durban University of Technology, JET Services, JET Education Services, and with the support and funding of the German Federal Institute for Vocational Education and Training, BIBB, and the German Ministry of Education, BMBFSJ. My name is Kenny Muscat, and I work as a program officer at UNESCO UNIVOC, focusing on the Innovation and Excellence team. I would like to thank all of you in-person participants for the energy and motivation that you have shown in the past 3 days. It was really encouraging to see all of you discussing during coffee breaks, lunches, dinners, and talking about common challenges that you are facing and possible partnerships after this conference, and we really would like to hear from you after this conference what happened then. We also appreciate the online participants that, in spite of not being able to join us here, they still found the time in order to follow us online. Thank you for that, and we look forward to have you till the end of this event, which ends this afternoon. The theme of today is Future-Ready TVET Systems, Digital Innovation, AI and Flexible Learning Pathways. And we have an impulse, we have 2 panel discussions, and then we come to the closing of the event. So let us start with the very first session, an impulse on future-ready TVET systems, integrating digital innovation and AI. And with us today, we have 2 speakers for this session. We have Ms. Helen Brown, Senior Research Fellow at Tshwane University of Technology, South Africa. And online we have Giza Munchausen, Senior Expert and Researcher at BIBB. I welcome to the floor Helen, and then Giza will continue.
Yes, I will wait for her to start. I can't see the screen.
Hi Giza, can you hear us?
Perfect.
Good, then it's your time. I made a mistake. You start, and then Helen will continue.
Oh,
Thank you.
Okay, yes, thank you very much, Kenny. Nice to see you all. My name is Giza Munchausen. I'm from BIBB, from the Federal Institute for Vocational Education and Training in Germany, in Bonn. And I'd like to introduce myself very briefly. I have been working in BIBB since 2001, so 25 years now. So I'm a senior VET expert, VET researcher, and I work in the international department, in the division International VET Comparison Research and Monitoring. And together with Sebastian and Kara, you have already met in South Africa. I'm a team member of the Towards a Global TVET agenda. And today I would like to provide a brief overview of the findings from our comparative analysis of artificial intelligence in vocational education and training systems in Germany, South Africa, and South Korea. So the question is, what are the impacts of the AI developments on vocational education and training? And the studies we conducted were commissioned from our partner institutions in each country in order to better understand how AI is already affecting skills development, training provision, labor market demands, and institutional strategies in different national contexts. The final reports have recently been completed, and what I would like to share today with you are some first cross-cutting observations and emerging themes. The study examined how AI is influencing vocational education and training across our 6 analytical domains derived from the BIBB AI framework, so to say. And these domains are career guidance, modernization of training occupations, AI-enabled learning environments, company competence requirements, transformation of work and employment, and last but not least, continuing vocational training. Although the 3 countries differ significantly in terms of economic structure, institutional capacity, and digital infrastructure, the analysis reveals several common trends, as well as important structural differences in how AI is shaping VET systems. And afterwards, Helen Brown will of course, tell you quite more details about the situation in South Africa. So first result is across all 3 countries, AI is increasingly understood not as an isolated technical issue, but as part of a broader transformation of work, skills, and lifelong learning. In Germany, AI integration is largely embedded within an established dual VET system and coordinated through social partnership structures involving the state, employers, chambers, and research institutions. The focus is primarily on adapting existing occupational profiles, modernizing curricula incrementally, and supporting companies and training providers in managing digital transformation. In South Korea, AI integration is strongly state-driven and supported by advanced digital infrastructure and substantial public investment. Korea emphasizes data-driven governance, digital learning ecosystems, and large-scale national initiatives. Rather than creating entirely new AI occupations, Korea mainly integrates AI-related competencies into existing occupational and qualification structures. South Africa, some short sentences to that because Helen Brown follows. South Africa presents a very different context. South Africa demonstrates highly innovative pilot initiatives, particularly in immersive simulation and XR-based vocational training through projects such as Project XR and the CSIR Learning Factory, for example. These initiatives aim to bridge gaps between the theoretical learning on the one hand side and the workplace needs and the workplace experiences. At the same time, in South Africa, AI-related VET development is shaped by funding constraints and uneven digital access. A second important finding concerns the modernization of training occupations. In all 3 countries, AI is transforming occupational profiles by increasing demand for hybrid competence structures. Companies no longer primarily seek narrow technical expertise alone. Instead, they increasingly require combinations of occupational knowledge, digital literacy, analytical rethinking, problem solving, adaptability, and communication skills. However, the mechanisms for updating training systems differ substantially. Germany relies heavily on institutionalized processes of occupational standard revision and social dialogue. Korea uses more centralized and project-based modernization mechanisms. South Africa by contrast, is still addressing foundational challenges such as digital infrastructure and lecture capacity, also training staff capacity, while simultaneously adapting to introduce advanced Industry 4.0 technologies into vocational training. Third, studies show that AI is reshaping learning environments in all three systems. Simulation-based learning, AI-supporting platforms, adaptive learning systems, and immersive technologies such as virtual reality or augmented reality are becoming increasingly important. At the same time, all three studies emphasize that technological innovation alone is insufficient. The effectiveness of AI-enabled learning environments depends heavily on vocational training staff, on the people. Across all cases, instructors and trainers face growing expectations to develop digital, pedagogical, and AI-related competencies. Yet capacity gaps remain significant in all three countries. Finally, the comparison highlights that AI-driven transformation is not simply a technological process, it is deeply shaped by governance structures, institutional capacity, labor market organization, and social inequality. Germany demonstrates the importance of coordinated governance and institutional stability. South Korea illustrates the potential of centralized digital transformation strategies combined with strong public investment. And South Africa highlights both the opportunities and the risks of AI adoption in contexts marked by infrastructural inequality and uneven access. Overall, the comparative analysis suggests that successful AI integration in vocational education and training depends not only on technological innovation, but also on adaptive governance, curriculum flexibility, sustained investment in vocational training staff, as I mentioned before, and equitable access to digital infrastructure and lifelong learning opportunities. So thank you very much. And now I'd like to hand over to Helen Brown to look deeper in the results of the situation in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Geza. That's, wow, an excellent overview. And just thinking about my presentation, what we've done in South Africa, of course, JET is the partner in this project. We approached this from the basis of it was a desktop study. So we know how many different things are happening in the field of AI. We know the pockets of what's emerging. And quite frankly, thank goodness for AI, because you will notice as you saw the agenda or the program changing day on day, the consolidation for this particular slot happened quite recently. So I used, and I admit that I used AI for this whole presentation. It's based on the paper that has been written and submitted by South Africa. So you can think through what you've heard, and you can look at this presentation. It took me 15 minutes to write the prompt. Of course, the output is almost instant. I used Gamma for creating the presentation, and I used ChatGPT to refine the prompts from the paper. So you'll see more or less what the outcome was. But importantly, based on what Gesa has briefed us on now, I thought that an important approach would be to say we've discovered a lot. The first thing is you cannot see everything that's happening. So for policymakers, for institutions, for teachers, this is an issue. how do you know what you can adopt, what works, what doesn't work? Because there isn't a community of practice that's established across macro, meso, and micro levels. So to see it, all we could do was rely on what was peer-reviewed, published, and there were just under 10 South African publications. And we said, right, this is not going to tell us enough because we know a lot of other things are happening from different pilot projects. And I want to say that there's a very important pilot project for TVET lecturers. In fact, it's not a pilot project. It's part of a German-South African bilateral project. We've just adopted a new role profile, a revised role profile for a TVET lecturer, and this includes a very important part there. There are 7 domains in the role profile, and digital capabilities is one of the domains. So this is going to be embedded into all of the professional qualifications for TVET lecturers, and we start diffusing it into the system that way. But when we do a scan of what's happening, you can't see that. So we decided we'd use grey literature as well. So we went to policy documents, we went to institutional documents, strategic plans, we went to CETA, skills plans, we went to what was reported in the media, and boy, a whole lot popped up. So we can see a lot is happening. But then how do you bring it all together and create a meaningful participation roadmap? How does this relate to how everybody can participate in what's emerging? And I would encourage everybody, every institution, every classroom, and every policymaker to pay attention to AI. If you're not using it now, you're going to be left behind. You have to be able to recognize it. You have to be able to work your prompts for qualitative, critical thought provoking knowledge development. And I would say that I heard in Portugal last year that the anticipation is that originally quantum AI would emerge in 2035. It looks like it's going to emerge in another 3 years. So quantum AI is a whole nother layer of what this is all about and how we can use it. So it's very important to keep doing some micro-credentials on AI, keep up to date. So my slides that I'd like to really spend time on, because you'll see we're running out of time already, are 3 slides, and they're further down in the presentation. This presentation will be available afterwards. But what we did was we took all of the information from the study and we said, well, how can we use it to form a roadmap into the future? So we looked at it at 3 levels. We looked at it at the micro level and we positioned it against time frames. So taking the macro level first, then the meso level, then the micro level in these slides, we said, what can we do from now to 6 months? So what can we immediately implement? What are actionable items that we can take forward right now? And then we said, okay, out of all the list of things we need to do at a macro level, what can we do in 6 to 18 months? What can we do in 18 months to 3 years and after 3 years? And this doesn't yet factor in quantum AI, but at least it's a start. How do we get going? So from a policy level, you can see National Coordination Forum on AI. We need to have this to embed policies into quality councils, into what DHET uses as guidance for TVET colleges and institutional and for teachers. What could we do at 6 to 18 months? Ethical policy guidelines. AI comes with its own problems. So what is the understood ethical guideline behind use of AI? What are the AI competencies that we want to, competence that we want to promote in a national AI education policy? And how can we prioritize AI qualifications via QCTO, which is our Vocational Education Quality Council. We have AI embedded in qualifications, but we don't have pure AI qualifications as a skills program or as a part qualification or full qualification. At a meso level, again, what could we do now? Digital literacy audits, where are we? We know that there's this huge digital divide. If you want to get started in the classroom, where are the gaps in internet availability? Where are the gaps in computer literacy to be able to plan to address them? Pilot-enabled AI simulations, there's a lot happening in AI simulations at the moment in South Africa, a lot being spent on it, and some very exciting work being done. And if you read the report in the XR field, there's an overlay called Vocal, which can take a QCTO qualification directly into a digital curriculum. So AI can generate the learning outcomes digitally. It can generate the learning content digitally just from a master curriculum document. That means you can convert that into AR and VR quite easily. Also, AI career tech centers. What does AI mean in my future career, in my learning journey, in my lifelong learning? And industry TVET AI partnerships. And this is really emerging quite strongly with Google and Microsoft through the Ministry of Higher Education and Training. And then lastly, which I am very interested in, what can you do at the classroom level? So at a classroom level, AI literacy training for educators is critical. And there is so much to look at. Recently, I looked at Mike Perkins' framework on AI in assessment. And he takes you through 5 levels of how to introduce AI in assessment to preserve the critical thinking of your students or learners. I found that you can actually go to YouTube, put in Mike Perkins, public lecture, University Free State, and you'll get that particular public lecture. For the medium term, AI concepts into technical disciplines. What AI concepts go with what technical disciplines? And of course, critical thinking and ethical use of AI with a focus on continuous learning. And continuous learning, although it's somewhere in the future, it's an attribute we should be embedding in all of our students. At the end of their program, we should be able to say, have they acquired the attribute of lifelong learning, so that they can carry this discipline of what's new, what's innovative, and always bring it into their career opportunity. So to summarize also what Gesa was saying, the imperatives are in our system, policy agility, the ability of institutions like TVET colleges, like broader quality councils, to bring in innovation into the institution, and then of course classroom transformation is critical. So that's an overview. I'm sorry there wasn't more time to go into more detail of the paper, but I think between Gesa and myself, we've given food for thought and food for the panel. And I'm looking forward to hearing all of the different interventions that are happening via panel members. Thank you.
Yes, you can take it if you want. But now we'll start with the next session. Thank you so much, Helen and Gesa, for the very insightful impulse, which focused on the topic of AI in TVET. It's interesting that you said that you will be left behind if you are not using artificial intelligence. And I think that was a very important statement. And I would like to mention that as UNESCO Innovok, we are currently finalizing a practical guide on the integration of AI in TVET. We are working with 2 Innovok centers, Shenzhen Polytechnic University in China, as well as Otto von Guericke Magdeburg University in Germany. And we should publish this at the start of July, and we hope that you find this practical guide useful, because there are so many questions and we need some answers as well, and we need to refer also to models that have already worked. So thank you so much for that. Now, let's move to the next session, which is a panel discussion on the topic digital innovation ecosystems in TVET. And I would like to start by mentioning that innovation is a very important topic, theme for UNESCO UNIVOC. In fact, it is one of the 8 key themes for the UNESCO UNIVOC midterm strategy for the years 2024 to 2026. And it is also widely referred to in the UNESCO strategy for TVET for the years 2022 to 2029. In particular, how innovation supports the UN Sustainable Development Goal 4, that of quality education. In 2020, UNESCO UNIVOC developed a framework that supports TVET institutions to become more innovative. Now, we can say that 2020 is quite a few years back, and that is true. But the foundations for this framework refer to 4 dimensions, and these are strategy and management, making sure and understanding the role of management so that you have a culture across all institutions that fosters and sustains and supports innovation. The second dimension is teaching and learning, making sure that we are adapting to new pedagogies, new ways of teaching and learning. Products and services, so moving beyond from a TVET institution that is only doing the teaching and learning aspect. There are more aspects to that. And finally, the ecosystem relationship management, which highlights the fact that TVET institutions cannot work in isolation, but they need to work out with several stakeholders, including private companies. That was the topic of this event in Durban. Now, to learn more about this innovation framework, I encourage you to go to access this on the UNESCO UNIVOC website. And I think that in this session, we're going to mention and refer to a number of the dimensions that I just mentioned. Now, let us move to the actual panel discussion. We are going to present 4 different initiatives where TVET institutions work together with industry partners, and they came up with interesting innovations in different aspects, like transforming a specific sector, public-private collaboration, and also co-development of technology that can be used to improve education. We have 4 panelists here, and I would like to welcome them one by one. So with the first panelist is Mr. Afero Ismail, who is the head of Digital Innovation Center at University Tun Hussein on Malaysia. He's also the UNIVOC Center Coordinator for this institution, and I would like to mention that UTHM is also holding the UNESCO Chair on TVET, Educator Competence and Transversal Skills for Professional Development. So welcome, Afero. A second panelist, we have Luis Eduardo Leao, Education Technologies Manager, National Department from Senai, Brazil. Also a UNIVOC Center, and maybe I would like to mention that Senai is going to be our host of the next BILT Bridging event in Sao Paulo in Brazil in early November, and we hope that we see many faces there, either online or in person. The third panelist, we have our colleague Yang Song-kun, Deputy Director of the Office of International Exchange and Cooperation at Shenzhen Polytechnic University. Song-kun is also the UNIVOC Center Coordinator for this institution. He is one of the 3 authors of the practical guide for the integration of AI in TVET. And I would also like to mention that Shenzhen Polytechnic University also holds the UNESCO Chair on Digitalization in TVET. Finally, we have Binaben Akubai, ex-Director for Research and Innovation at the Swiss-South African Cooperation Initiative. Welcome to the stage. Now, I would like us to first start with a brief introduction of your respective institutions, Okay, and also pitching the initiative that you shared with us, the innovation that came out through collaboration with industry. And I would like to start with you, Afero. On the screen you should be seeing also a slide. Over to you for this, for the introduction of UTHM and the pitch.
Okay, thank you, Kenny, and hello everyone. So I'm Afero Ismail from University Tun Hussein on Malaysia. So as explained by Kenny, that we are also in World Center, and we just received the recognition as UNESCO Chair on TVET Educators last year. So this is very big responsibility for us, not only to support the young talent, but also to support the TVET teachers across, I would say, in the ASEAN region. So UTHM is located in southern of Malaysia, and I'm very happy to share that we have been talking with few of our colleagues here that apart from giving trainings to employer or employees at the industry and companies, we also support the transitions from students coming from TVET backgrounds. So there's no many options for them to move to higher education. But since our government is very committed to support, to give opportunity for the access to education, so we have developed new programs called Bachelor of Technology, which is a very practical and hands-on based and industrial-driven curriculum. So I will proceed with the initiative that we are currently doing with the governments, and my sharing today will revolve around our journey and experience with this project. So for your information, our project for digital constructions in Malaysia is funded by the Ministry of Work and the Construction Industry Development Body. So as you all know, the construction sector contributes around 37 to 40% global energy-related carbon emissions. So this is one of the biggest reasons why our government is very committed to ensure that to drive Malaysian construction sector to be a mature, sustainable, and digitally driven ecosystem. So from advocacy, we found that there are few issues and challenges that need to be addressed. And to take this opportunity, we try to find solutions and interventions to propose to the stakeholders to ensure that we work together. So this is a co-development, co-design programs or policy development together with the industries, because in conventional practice, we think that contractors, architects, engineers, and even surveyors, they are working in silos. So by having interventions such as digital innovations, and we are putting them together into one platform, we call it common data environment, and also we promote to develop a digital twin technology in Malaysia. So this is something interesting that we leverage the quadruple helix partnerships, based on the four important entities, which are the governments, the industries, TVET institutions, and also the community. We put them together into one discussions, and we try to get consensus among all these partners and stakeholders to ensure that we develop integrated green and digital framework and before we get off the ground. So we also leverage some of the digital and technologies such as agentic AI, and our speakers previously present about quantum AI. So this is one of the future technologies, few of the future technologies that we should consider to be integrated into the ecosystem. So I will share more after this, so back to you, Kenny.
Thank you, Afero, but I have a follow-up question. There are several stakeholders involved in this initiative. Who started this?
Okay, thank you, Kenny. So this is very interesting that who initiates this initiative. So as you all know that Malaysia and also some other countries in the Asia, they have skyscrapers, tall buildings, and very huge infrastructure. So there is some issues related to the miscommunication, not miscommunication, but lack of collaboration between those parties involved in each of the levels, such as the 3D to 8D, if you ever learn about from modeling to costing to monitoring and anti-demolitions. So we found that we should propose some interventions to help them to collaborate further, and this idea coming from both party, industry and also the governments. And we, as the TVET institutions, take this opportunity to offer programs to train the employer, the employees, architects, surveyors, and all people are involved in the construction sector. So I would say that this idea comes together. It's not from one point or one side, but we generate this idea together, and we develop this and go together to develop such an ecosystem.
Thank you, Afra, for the clarification. It's also interesting that the government is on board and is supporting with fundings to make this possible. So let's move to the second initiative, and we have Senai here, maybe some introduction about Senai, and also what initiative is leading to innovations in your institution.
Thank you, Kenny. Hello, everyone. Good morning. It's a big pleasure to be here. Thanks so much, UNESCO, for this opportunity. I'm Luis, I'm from Brazil. I work at Senai. Senai is a Brazilian system for industrial training. Of course, we are a TVET institutions. However, we are a part of a private sector in Brazil because we are sponsored by the industry. We work with TVET, of course, TVET courses, but we have some actions in innovation and the technologies too, because our mission is to contribute with the increase of the Brazilian industry competitiveness. I want to share some Senai figures. We have around 30,000 employees, 1,000 schools, because we are a huge institution in Brazil. We have a lot of schools across, many schools across the country. This is our huge infrastructure. Of course, a part of this number are mobile schools, because we have buildings, you know, like here, but we have mobile schools like trucks, and we have 2 school boats, yeah, because we have a school boat that sails across the Amazon River, for instance, then because we have some geographical challenge in Brazil. And I have been working with innovation. I'm work with the future. I need to understand and analyze the new trends, new technologies, new transformation, digital and technological transformation. I need to understand this context and the impact in our curricula, for instance. As you know, I work with the future, for instance, Industry 4.0, AI impacts, a lot of issues. But however, Kenny, with your permission, in my opinion, this discussion, all of us here need to participate in this discussion, because I think to talk about the future, all of us here can contribute with this discussion. Then, Kenny, with your permission, I would like to ask a question to everyone present here. A short question. What do TVET schools look like in 100 years? Wow.
100 years.
Do you have an idea? You don't need to answer, just to think about it. Yeah, maybe humanoid teachers, robot students, maybe, I don't know. But I hope I bring good news. In my opinion, TVET schools will be exactly who industry needs us to be 100 years. As a humans, I'm an optimist. Will be the driving force that industries need to shape a sustainable world. Yeah, because after all, the future will always need a skilled workforce. We are essential now, and I really believe we will be even more essential in 100 years. Then, of course, I'm here to cooperate. My idea here is to share our educational alliance, is open innovation initiatives with a participation with any partners in this process. Then during this conversation, during this panel, I will share some highlights about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis Eduardo, for your input and also for the question that you're asking. I never thought about where we're going to be or where TVET is going to be in 100 years, maybe in 5 years, in 10 years, but it's also good to ask questions to provoke ourselves as well. You mentioned that in 100 years, probably we need to be where industry needs us to be. I agree with you on that, but I also think that we need TVET institutions to be where society needs them to be as well. So it's a question of having industry and society together and not like having this narrative that TVET is only there to solve industry and labor market needs. In fact, the UNESCO strategy for TVET, one of the 3 main lines of action, highlights the fact that TVET is there also to develop skills for inclusive and peaceful societies. And probably that is not coming entirely from industry. It is coming from civil society and so on. Thank you so much. Let's move on to our colleague, Yang Song Kun. The same question for you, a little bit of an introduction about Shenzhen Polytechnic University and innovations that are coming through your collaboration with industry.
It's a great pleasure to share briefly about the Shenzhen Polytechnic University's how to build a digital innovation ecosystem. And many of the university and TVET in different parts of the world are building the ecosystem. They become more aware about the importance of the comprehensive collaboration framework. First of all, we do have built such a scalable and sustainable ecosystem bridging the big gap, or we call it digital gap in the AI time, between the industry and education. First, we integrate multi-stakeholders, including the big company or leading company like Huawei, BYD, and UPTech, all from the Shenzhen city. That's a regional competency, a regional competitive advantage. And also Shenzhen Polytechnic also rank very top in Chinese higher vocational education. So we make most use of the both competitive advantage to set multiple stakeholders governance. And also we collaborate with the local government for the strong financial funding and also the cooperative associations. So we invented the 9 joint initiatives, including the curriculum and other aspects, and also common prosperity and also the governance. So I can share with you a little more if you have interest. And with the principle of the 9 joint initiative, we co-design curriculum and standards, also embed work-based learning, leverage AI-enabled digital platform to continuously align training with evolving industry needs. How it can be scalable? Scalable because sustainability is achieved through institutionalized mechanism rather than isolated pilots. So starting with the top company, we can find this model can replicate many other industry colleges and 400 off-campus internship base. So I don't know whether we have a slide show on that right now.
Are we seeing the slide? Good.
Yes. Okay, so from the pilot, we have more off-campus training base, and also keep aligned with our curriculum design and evolving improvement, and also keeping the feedback loops from the industries. We keep the improving and the changing of the training center and the classroom teaching content as well. Finally, how it can be sustainable? Because sustainability, I believe, is ensured through rigorous standards, annual funding, and a digital monitoring mechanism. This process ensures the continuing improvement and align with the needs of industry, and also digital tools support the transparency, feedback, long-term adaptability. So that is our Shenzhen Polytechnic ecosystem, remain resilient and responsive and continuously innovative. That's all for the brief introduction.
Thank you, Song-kun, for your input. Yesterday in the morning, the input by Peter Wells, the head of education at UNESCO regional office in Harare, referred to the BYD initiative in Shenzhen Polytechnic University that we had the opportunity to visit last year. You also mentioned BYD, and you mentioned also Huawei. And here we're looking at very big companies. Now, from what I know, you already have these 17 industry colleges, some of them with these big companies. But what happens then with smaller companies, SMEs, for example? Do you have something similar? Is it easy? Is it more difficult to have something similar as you have with BYD and Huawei?
Yes. As I mentioned, we need to make most of the personal and the regional or local the competitive advantage because of location of Shenzhen and all the top company Huawei, BYD, and Uptake are based in Shenzhen. So and the Shenzhen Polytechnic have a very innovative attitude to collaborate with the enterprises since 1993. I personally encourage the general inclusive ecosystem construction. All the programs are different. Each program differs from each other for the training environment, and also they need different kind of partners. Not need to top companies. We don't have so many top companies. We have 1,600 polytechnic in China, so we don't have so many companies. So I encourage some of the program make use of the innovative teaching construction with the top company, and also for students placement. All the SME companies will be very practical because they can accommodate our students. And also, many of our graduates cannot enter in the top companies. Every year we send about 100 to Huawei, 100 to Tencent, and more than 100 to BYD, but we have 10,000 graduates every year. So I personally encourage the general system construction. But some of the polytechnic may not rank very top. They may positively engage with SME. That will be more practical. Yeah.
Thank you for that perspective, Song-kun. So let's go to the last initiative. And until very recently, Ben was working for the Swiss South African Cooperation Initiative as an ex-director. First, what can you tell us about the SSACI, and also pitch your initiative that you would like to share with us?
Thank you, Kenny, and good morning, everyone. As Kenny has said, I represent an organization called the Swiss South African Cooperation Initiative. We are an NGO based in Johannesburg, South Africa, and we work for the last 25 years. We've been working quite closely with the 50 public TVET colleges in the country, as well as with DHET and QCTO, with our core focus being work integrated learning and some innovative programs that have come out of it. So one of those that has been one that we implemented last year, where we applied for funding through the AUDA NEPED, through the Skills Initiative for Africa, in the third call for innovation and technology. And we implemented a program called Project Power Up, which was to stress test and validate a training program in repair and maintenance of electric and hybrid vehicles. We worked with 4 public TVET colleges across the country. In total, we had 80 students. So it was not only, and we've learned through the years as in terms of what a training program should look like. So it not only included technical training, but it also included work readiness training, as well as entrepreneurship training, and using technology in terms of providing all 80 students with tablets and data so that students would be able to access the online training program wherever they are at home, or as well as during, it was a blended learning approach whereby trainers went to the college to train these students, but also the students would be able to access the online learning program at home, as well do the quizzes and the assessment online. And then as it was a short skills training program, we placed the students, 80 students, in work placement, of course, in a relevant industry space. We had some huge, some companies like Golden Arrow Buses and Strom in Western Cape that provided the relevant experience. For example, Golden Arrow Buses introduced 30 electric buses. So these students that when they really got the rich experience that was needed in order to make this. And of course, we also included the 3 components as the QCTO occupational program requires: the theory component, a practical component, and a workplace component, where we had a state-of-art simulator where students got practice some of the theory that they had learned before they went into the workplace. So I'll leave it at that now, and maybe you can take questions later. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A quick follow-up question. You mentioned, of course, funding is always an issue. And in this case, you referred to funds provided by AUDA-NAPAD.
Yes.
And we have a lot of colleagues here who probably can also benefit from that, from such funding. What can you share from your experience to access these very important funds for such initiatives?
Like organization like AUDA-NAPAD, they would put out a call on a regular basis. And of course, the selection is quite rigorous. So in terms of the application, it was quite difficult. But I think just in terms of the innovation that was required, I think that helps, as well as what the impact is. I think that needs to. It's not only about training young people, but what is the impact? Can the young person get a job? And I think if initiatives provide that, I think the funders would look at that favorably.
Thank you so much. And you're talking about impact. And before moving to questions from the audience, I have one follow-up question. Anyone can answer. It's up to you. You mentioned, for example, 80 students in your initiative. Can the rest of the panelists share some examples of how students have concretely benefited from these initiatives? If you can share something. Anyone wants to answer?
Okay, I talk a little bit about it. In our initiative, we are working with startups, why we decide to work with startups? Startups have a different culture comparing with a traditional institution like my company, for instance, and I. Startups are less complex, more agile, and maybe more engaged. Then we try to bring startups to our environment to inspire our students. Maybe our students, of course, they could be entrepreneurship. Then this environment can show them how can do that. Then this is our initiative, and of course I will highlight some points about it during my speech.
Good, thank you so much. Now, do we have any question so far from the audience? I think my colleague Cara can support with the microphone, maybe a question or two about these interesting initiatives. I see a hand there, yes. We have a hand here, so someone has a question.
Thank you, good morning. My question is directed to Ms. Dr. Akubai. Is it Akubai? Yes. In relation to the electric vehicles, I'm just interested in the lessons learned in your interaction with the 4 TVET colleges in South Africa. And what's your future plan in expanding your project to other TVET colleges? Thank you.
Okay, so of course, in terms of working directly with the TVET colleges, I think some of the lessons we've learned is that the leadership at the colleges is quite important. We had varying degrees of college responses when we worked with them. So, pitching at the leadership, but also them being involved in the process is quite important. Also, IT infrastructure. We had issues with accessing Wi-Fi, on some of the campuses as well, especially the rural campuses. So that's one of the other issues that we've had. And of course, working with the TVET colleges, the lecturers as well. So we not only put in our own trainers, but we worked with the TVET college lecturers as well. So I think that is quite, in terms of building capacity within the college as well. And of course, this is a pilot project. There is no program in the QCTO. So we are in the process of registering this particular short skills program with QCTO, and we will put out a call for other colleges to partake in that program in the future.
Thank you for that. Do we have other questions? Yes, we have another question here.
Well, thank you. I would like to ask a question for the Chinese colleague, Mr. Yang. I'm very interested how do you roll out your approach that you have in your TVET center in Shenzhen into even the rural countryside that you have all over the country, because you're such a large country. I can imagine that there might be some difficulties to keep the standards up. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Thanks for your question. It's challenging, I know. Personally, it's challenging. From a pilot project and TVET provider, through 30 years experience collaborating and innovative from the first president funding, encourage collaboration with enterprises and also international partners. Because at the very beginning, 2 decades ago, I don't think the Polytechnic or TVET was put in the high or the similar position with traditional education. But because of the Shenzhen's pioneering political system or policy, and also university pioneering, we have some pilot also projects and innovative initiatives also demonstrated from slides and posters, and I will share with you a little bit later. But for international partners, we did carry out some of the initiatives to try to make the pilot projects and the industry education collaboration integration system. We call it the 4 parties collaboration, and also 4 parties advancements, including the industry, university, and the company and the governments, and the 4 parties advancement, including the production, teaching, research, and also application. This theory started from Shenzhen Polytechnic. We push our innovative projects, including leadership training with developing countries and partners. We set the TVET Digital Capacity Building Center in ASEAN countries. We plan to set 5 such kind of digital capacity building center in 5 ASEAN countries. First, it was launched in Malaysia with UTHM, our partners, last May. And this June, we will set another capacity building center in Thailand with the university. And also, the following 3 will be in other 3 partners. We try to develop all the up-to-date, the online, the curriculum, syllabus, digital training laboratories, like we use digital twin, and collaborate with Huawei ICT new technology. We put that into our TVET teaching system, and all the online resources will be shared with our partners, and then spread to surrounding areas, surrounding regional TVET providers. We also offer TVET leadership training projects annually. We sponsor 30 TVET providers, leaders, and policymakers, and the director or the president to come to Shenzhen for leadership training. It's our great honor that Univoca colleagues and leaders joined our leadership training last year during the international TVET globalization and also the digitalization transformation conference. That's our some basic practice.
Thank you, Maribel, for the question, and Song-Kun for sharing your perspective. It's very interesting to see that we have institutions that are willing to share even resources that they have with others, because we are in this world together, and we support each other to progress together. Let's move to the second question for this panel discussion. Now, you are here and you pitched initiatives that have been successful. Unfortunately, not all plans work out. What are the most important conditions that enable these sustainable and effective digital innovation ecosystems in TVET? And to add to that, you are working with others. And when we have different stakeholders, we have different principles, different priorities. How can we align and be on the same page in order to have a successful initiative? Who wants to start? You can start. Good.
We've been working on
Yes.
the ground. I think just in terms of some of the success factors, of course, one of them being good TVET college industry partnerships. I think that's very important in terms of some of the programs we've done, as well as IT infrastructure that needs to be at the TVET college as well. And I think thirdly is the capacity of the lecturers. I think if we don't get that right, we will always be putting in external trainers and not be building the capacity within the TVET colleges itself. And of course, communication. You know, at any start of the project, if all role players need to know what their role is within a particular project, and to be able to sign up for that and commit to that. I think commitment from all the different stakeholders is also quite important. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. It's interesting that you mentioned the capacity of lecturers, and later on I will ask a question to the audience, but let's move to you, Luis Eduardo.
I will highlight 4 possibilities here based on our experience. The first one, just to remember, we work with Educational Alliance. It's a national alliance. Our proposal is to become an open innovation community. Then for us, it's so important, structure, alignment between industry, institutions, and of course, startups. This is so important, this alignment. Of course, this alliance connects 3 actors. Industry maps training demands, of course. It's so important to identify real demands. Senai provides validation infrastructure. All schools provide validation infrastructure. It's so important. And the pedagogical knowledge. Yeah, because sometimes I talk only about technology, then I really completely forget the pedagogical aspects. Then schools have this responsibility. And of course, startups, they are part of this process in research and development solutions, of course. The second one is continuous and systematic mapping challenges. This is so important. In the startups ecosystem, there is a kind of mantra. They have to identify latent pain points, you know, like, okay, what is your main pain point? Yeah, this is the startups communication, because I know they are less complex, more agile, then they go straight to the point, and then it's so important for us. Then startups transform this in innovation opportunities. Of course, not alone, with our school support and the expert support. And Senai analyzes these solutions in the classroom, in our labs, in our workshops. It's so important to validate this technology. The third one, I think, is building a robust community. That's so important because we are working with open innovation. Then it's so important involving experts, schools, companies, institutions, maybe investors too. That's so important because we are talking about startups. Startups needs the support. And the last one is the governance and the funding as a trust mechanisms. Just an idea, Senai provides up to $50,000. It's a good budget, I know. Sometimes $10,000. It depends on the the complexity of the solution, to mentoring startups, of offering pedagogical mentoring. However, part of this funding could be technical support, not only money. I'm talking about technical support, pedagogical support, a resident program. We are inviting startups to work together with schools in our environment. As I told you, startups have the possibility to inspire us, to inspire our traditional culture, because we are a very traditional institution. Then this environment can help us to change mindset, to become more agile, and to focus on real demands of the industry. That's the main idea behind our program.
Thank you so much for that input. We can go to Afero.
Okay, I'm totally agree with both speakers before this about the critical enabler conditions that can support the digital innovation ecosystem in TVET. So based on my experience, I think the most critical enabler is the policy alignment, which is, as we discussed just now, that the government initiate and enforce certain policy to the ecosystem, but how about the alignment between how we communicate the policy to the stakeholders, to the industries, and also the TVET institutions? So it is very crucial that when we promote new technologies, for example, industry are now using different, for example, digital twin, and now we are promoting open beam, for example, for the construction sector. But then, how about the curriculum at the institutions? So they are not agile and they are not flexible to change at that moment, because it needs certain procedures. Even to even change one of the components, it takes a few meetings, to endorse such a curriculum. So I think we need to move forward that we need to get industry on board at the earliest stage of the curriculum development, and to make them stay together along the journey, so they can monitor and we can have a feedback loops from this process. So this is a continuous process will happen when the technology change, and then how we communicate this. And also I would like to suggest that when we should develop shared platforms where we can put together all stakeholders in the ecosystem, such as the institutions, the industries, and the governments together in that platform, so it can autonomously generate solutions or suggestions when some change happens. And of course, I totally agree with the industry collaboration, because for Malaysia case, for construction sector, most of the industries are actually comes from small, medium enterprise, about 90% and above. So we are trying to support this small SME, small, medium, and enterprise to also join in this transition. And the next critical enabler is about digital infrastructure, which is, I think this is a very important, not only for TVET institutions, but also for the country itself, how they are ready in terms of infrastructure, and infoculture. And in this case, since we are now moving towards open beam, because we don't want to get biased towards one technology, so we now open to multiple kind of solutions. So it involves developing new standards and also involve the ISO, for example. So these things happen, and then when we are trying to get people and the industry, we have to get buy-in from both public and private companies, because usually the public institution and public companies are really, follow the instruction for the governments. But now it is very difficult to get private industry on board, because they said that they can always do the job done without relying to any government support. So this is something that we need to put consideration, and also the infoculture, which is how we want to support the transition towards to accept the technology, and to make sure that people are using the technology as a norm, since we are now moving towards AI, and then as mentioned by previous speaker, AI becomes a very critical, supporter for developing contents and so on. So it becomes a norm. So this is the infoculture that I think to make sure that everyone is very aware that we are now living. We cannot let the technology behind, but we have to live and then go together with the technology.
Thank you so much, Afero, for that, and we can go to Song Kun.
I definitely agree with some suggestions and also comments about the very tough questions. I want to share briefly about the two enabling conditions. The first is multi-stakeholder governance is essential, including different parts. As I mentioned, 4 parties, but I want to take this opportunity to share 9 joint initiatives from Shenzhen Polytechnic University. I translate and write down on the paper. Maybe some of the initiatives may have arise your interest, maybe some of that does not match with your country's situation. The first is co-development of new measures or programs. Second, co-development of new courses and teaching materials. The third is co-building of master craftsman teachers, that is a top teacher or with a big talents, okay. The joint tackling of the key technical and technology and processes, co-development of industry standards, joint reform of teaching methods, contributing to common prosperity, okay. Joint international outreach, and finally, joint governance and culture development. For the final item I translate myself is a little different with the original Chinese words. I can discuss with you a little later. And for this joint ecosystem, including 9 joint initiatives, it will be shared by the different partners, stakeholders. And as a TVET provider, we cannot be so selfish. We need to take consideration of other parties' interests, needs, challenge, and otherwise we cannot make it more efficient or sustainable. Second, the enabling condition could be use digital way to solve digital problems and temporary challenges. Digital innovation must support continuous and data-informed collaboration. And we encourage not only students to go to placement, but teachers. We encourage teachers to have 2 days placement in enterprises every week. So we believe that digital technology are not only teaching tools, they are system enablers that help TVET institution become more agile and responsive. I think that's my sharing about the initiative.
Thank you so much, Song Kun, and thank you also for sharing the 9, what was the name? The 9 joint actions with industry model, which I also found very interesting, and each of them starts with a joint, showing us that we need to have shared responsibility in different aspects of this partnership. Thank you for that. I kept on thinking about what you said before, Binaben, that we need to look at the capacity of lecturers or staff in order to be able to innovate. And maybe I have a question to the audience. Can any of you share a good practice, a good initiative where you managed to support the capacity development of the lecturers in your institutions through collaboration with industry? And I think we have one here, so maybe we need a microphone. We have someone here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Aliyu Ayasan from Nigeria. What we did in our context is, first, we developed the standards. We have developed curriculum at the sub-tertiary level technical colleges in national technical certificate in AI and machine crafts, as well as robotics engineering crafts. Then at the polytechnic level, the skills level, we develop occupational standard on robotics and also occupational standard on AI at level 4. Then at the HND level, we develop HND in artificial intelligence. Now, we partnered with Huawei and Cisco. As I'm talking to you now, the second phase of the training is ongoing, where we are building the capacity of the TVET lecturers to be able to deliver this curriculum at the institutional level. Then, of course, again, because there is need for policies, so a committee has been set up to develop the strategy for the integration of AI in TVET. And we are looking at 5 pillars. One is AI for teaching, learning, and assessment, AI for curriculum development and OER, AI for quality assurance, accreditation, and M&E, AI for skills forecasting to address skills mismatch through real-time labor market intelligence, and AI governance, ethic, and data protection. In this, we're also collaborating with multiple stakeholders. the industries, the other agencies that are responsible for this. We've already come up with a draft. Now we are getting further inputs so that we can come up with a strategy that will kind of support the delivery or implementation of AI in TVET. So this is what we've been doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing this, and hopefully we continue seeing these large companies supporting TVET institutions, and hopefully also we see smaller companies that also provide their support in the capacity that they can. Thank you so much. Do we have any other input on this question? Capacity development of lecturers through industry. Yes, we have a hand here, and then we go back to the final question for the panel.
Thank you very much. What we are doing, we have partnered with quite a number of industry companies. I mentioned yesterday Huawei, Cisco, Google, and Microsoft. We are holding or facilitating lecturer capacity development initiatives through all of these. Previously, we were focusing more on Cisco's projects with their different programs as they have identified. Our lecturers would then, be invited to participate through registration, then go through the course and acquire certificates, download them. One of our colleagues here showed me this morning that yesterday she finished an exam or something, and then she has acquired a certificate. I mean, as late as yesterday. But quite a number of our lecturers do that, and we get them to participate in international, events as well. We had last year, and also last year, a team of our, college lecturers and officials from the department attending the Cisco event in Dubai, where we sometimes, or some of our lecturers also then get recognition at that international level. With Huawei, we trained facilitators who currently are assisting, capacitating more lecturers based on the occupational programs that are on our QCTO database, and this prepares our lecturers to then offer those programs in classes. With Microsoft, we have just started, but we also have what we call a national open learning system, which is hosted in the department. What we do there, together with our lecturers, we curate content. It can either be subjects. Sometimes we take, for instance, we had asked the University of Free State to develop, programs that relate to a qualification, advanced diploma in technical and vocational teaching, uploaded it on NORS because it is an open learning system. We also use open education resources, and our lecturers are able to access that. We further use webinars. Currently, we are running a series of webinars. We try to limit attendance to about 1,000, but we normally get more of our lecturers attending. So we are actively capacitating our lecturers in that. And with those industry partners where they can, go through the examinations or assessments, they do so, and they do get their certificates. But it's not everyone who attends a course, go through it, finalize it, and then go through the assessment. But we do it actively, and we are grateful for the private sector, industries that are assisting us a lot in that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and also it's good that you highlighted the open education resources. For UNESCO, this is very important because we have to admit that we don't all have the same level of resources and funding, and it's really good that we have that this is becoming more and more popular, and at least it helps a little bit also with equity and with moving together and leaving no one behind. So one last question to our panelists here. Now, you started with pilot projects. In some instances, here we have a project that actually continued to scale up. And the question is precisely this: how can we move on from a pilot project to scale up this at regional level, at national level? It really depends on the context, of course. And maybe I start with you, Afero. Do you have plans, for example, to do something outside the building and construction sector, for example? The microphone?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So we'll talk in regards to the project that we are doing in terms of construction sector. And as you all know that in construction sector, there are, some of the institutions are using Autodesk or Revit, to develop the model and so on. But when we're talking about the technology, there are so many other open sources out there, and this is become why the pilot is so important for this, because people are not confident to use other technology as what they are currently using. So there are so many pilot projects funded. So funding is another issue, how we get finance for the pilots projects. So we have selected few technologies and also software that we can pilot towards the industry. So another issue is about when we are offering such pilots programs, usually the GLC and multinational companies will come in. But now we have one regulations that they also need to include SME into the project. So from project, I think I suggest, or maybe we propose that scale happen when the pilots become standards and also competencies, because when we see success from each of the project, we can foresee how this project can be enlarged and also to be multiplied to other stakeholders. And of course, these pilots projects may be useful to support on certain technology, but again, when we propose this kind of successful pilot projects, what about the acceptance from the industry and also from the governments? That is also another issue, because some pilots are, I can say that they are not properly conducted. So we need to make sure that the pilot projects is well documented and can also show the impact, towards the change, and then how it can bring benefit to those who are using this technology. So now, in terms of the initiative to support the pilots projects and to scale up to the whole of ecosystem, so we also promote and encourage local developers to develop their own technology, which is, we call that a local open beam software that can also integrate and also can communicate with other technologies and other software and system. And then this is the reason why we feel that some of the technology are not communicate with each other. So when you are biased towards this product or technology, how can it be integrated or communicate to other systems? So this is something normal or common I can see in the ICT world, because when you are using certain technologies, you cannot communicate. For example, Android and Apple, this is very easy example I can share. So as I said just now, that we are also doing this kind of pilot with few of the SME, and we can see future from the pilots project. And from this pilot project, we have to document it, and then we will organize town hall, and then to support this transition and the transferable of the knowledge is we need to get, the government have to play their important roles here. So the government should chip in, and then when the instructions come from the government, people will follow.
Thank you, Farah, for that, and also thank you for sharing this idea that SMEs have to be included also in the projects, because that also leads to the previous question of before. Okay, with big companies, maybe it's more straightforward, but what about SMEs? So thank you for sharing that. Moving to you, Luis Eduardo, can you share with us what's next for your Education Alliance program?
Yes. Just to bring some takeaways about your program, because Educational Alliance is a call for innovation, okay, but we need to get good outcomes of that, to continue our program. Then, for us, it's so important to have an innovation funnel with clear progression criteria. We have 3 stages of this program: discovery challenge, validate concepts like approve of concepts, develop solutions, and pilot applications. Of course, we need to monitor expansion and continuous this implementation. It's so important to monitor this implementation. This funnel prevents any potential pilot project being treated as a ready solution, before proving impact across different regional contexts. Brazil is a big country, then we have different realities inside our country, then technologists need to consider these aspects. This is another important thing to the success of this program is the validate the solution in an environment that could simulate or replicate this industrial application, the classroom application. For us, it's so important schools take part in this process since the beginning, because schools have an important role in this process to analyze according to pedagogical aspects, to test this solution with students and teachers. Teachers and students can contribute with this solution too, not only startups, but okay, startups are responsible for research and development. Okay, but the TVET has an important asset. We know about professional education. Then we need to teach startups about it, because the solution is not about technology only, it's about pedagogical aspects too. We need to show outcomes. Then it's so important to involve, since the beginning, schools in this process. This is, for us, is the main reason that we are getting success in our Alliance program. Of course, we have to support startups too. In Brazil, we have a project management office that helps startups with, of course, pedagogical mentoring, but we are including business mentoring too, because startups need to scale, to scale their solutions. Then it's so important this business mentoring too, because without financially viable solutions, I think it's so impossible to scaling this solution. That's it.
Thank you so much for that. Benaben, the question to you is some suggestion on how a pilot project can then be scaled up.
Sure. So I think as with Project Power Up, we piloted a short skills training program. So one of the things is to register that with QC2O, so that an individual know that it's a registered program, because that is what is required. And then, of course, working with industry itself. I think that's, even within Project Power Up, we did market research to say what are the needs and what are the sort of skills that is required for the particular program. So I think that is the thing, just in terms of some of the lessons we've learned within PPU is that we, I think, were ahead of our game in terms of four-wheelers in South Africa, but two-wheelers and three-wheelers are what is currently being, there's a great uptake, not only in South Africa, but in Africa as well. So it's to develop curriculum in terms of that and, build programs based on that.
Thank you so much. The same question to you, Sankun. Briefly, your input so that then we start closing this discussion.
I think I partially answered the question before. And according to our observation and experience, we find an important lesson that scanning is not simply replicating a successful project. Many pilot projects work very well in the country or university or TVET, but remain isolated in other content because of the underlying mechanism are not transferable. So we will suggest that we will need to focus on building the projects, not on building project, but on the institutionalizing the mechanism behind them. For example, there are some projects from TVET provider with Cisco or Huawei, and for this IT sector, and if we exaggerate several transferable modules from the pilot, for example, curriculum, co-design mechanism, work-based learning module, teaching, training approaches, and the governance structure, and also digital platform support. If we transfer these mechanisms when standardized or modularized and then transfer to another sector, like including the automotive, robots, or other intelligent manufacturing sector, they will be very interesting and will be successfully transferred, as we understand. Another important factor is digital innovation. Digital monitoring system and industry feedback platform help us continuously track the relevance and also quality during the expansion. And this is critical because scanning without quality assurance can easily weaken industry alignment. So that's a bad experience. So in our view, the system-wide impact comes from copying project, not from copying project, but from building ecosystem, as my colleagues mentioned it before, across the different sectors and contexts. Thank you.
Thank you, Song-kun, for closing with that we should not copy a project, but understanding the context and contextualizing there. Thank you so much for the very insightful perspectives that you shared. I took some notes and I will try to summarize a little bit. We acknowledged challenges that exist in order to have digital innovation, like, for example, funding, but there are also opportunities there, UTHM with the support of the government, Sanai support of the private sector. You mentioned support of, for example, AUDA NEPAD, and, for example, for European institutions, the European Commission, and so on. We mentioned IT infrastructure that can limit, of course, progress that we want to make. Finding the right partners, but also there are strategies. Afero, you mentioned it's not a question of starting something with someone, but making sure that you continue this. It's like partners in life as well, making sure that this partnership works. But also, and I think also, if I remember well, during the panel discussion by Cara yesterday, you mentioned what is valuable for the partners. What am I getting from this? I think Maribel yesterday referred to this. Time is money, and we need to be realistic about that as well. We have a partnership, and we make sure that we get something out of this. Opportunities exist in the future. Afero, you started at the start by mentioning that agentic AI, for example, will also continue to be a game changer in the work that we are doing. Asking the right questions, being provocative as well. I think that is important so that we continue thinking what is best, what we are doing. Identifying also, one of you mentioned the real demands. So it's not a question of I want to be innovative for the sake of being innovative, but what are the real demands? And then the motivation there is more evident. Competitive advantage we mentioned. When we have successful pilot projects, documenting this well so that we learn from what worked well, what did not, and also we support others with the learners as well. And also those that are funding can see what the benefits are, what the results are. The policy alignment, we mentioned that we have to keep policymakers in the loop as well, because at the end of the day, they are of great support, and they are the ones that are changing and making changes to policy. Maybe one last point from my end. I think that in all that we do, even when we discuss industry partnerships for TVET, I think you have to keep in mind the student at the heart of whatever decisions we make, because at the end of the day, that is why TVET institutions exist, to empower students, to provide them with a better future. And let's not make the mistake of leaving them out of the discussion. I would like to stop here. Thanks a lot, Afero, Luis Eduardo, Binaben, and Song Kun. A round of applause for them. We have, I think, a very brief moment for the presentation of gifts for this and the previous session, and then we go to the coffee break, and we come back at 12:15 or 20, Natalie? 12:20 for the rest of the discussion. I have, excuse me, but I have a brief announcement. So tomorrow there seems to be a city tour. If you have questions, please ask our colleagues. The start is at 9 a.m., leaving at 8:30 a.m. I am a little bit confused, so it's good that they ask you. And it leaves from the Protea Hotel, Fire and Dice, and then it comes to this hotel so that the city tour continues. Good. So you tell me what's next.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The announcement, just to re-emphasize, 8:30 a.m. the bus will be at Protea Fire and Ice. Then 9 o'clock we are leaving. We're going to come here into this hotel to pick the other ones. And then from there, please, from now as we go into for the tea, our colleagues are there at the table at the registration. Please, you need to register so that we have a logistical plan that those that are interested to go for a city tour, they are registered and we have the numbers. Thank you very much, colleagues.
I have a very brief announcement. There is the feedback form that we kindly ask you to fill in. We really appreciate your feedback because only through that we can improve the event, as well as the signatures for the photos. And there is Anne and colleagues that are taking the signatures. Thank you so much. See you soon.
Colleagues, the proceedings are still, may we please keep our voice.
South Africa. Over to you, James.
Thank you, Kenny, and good afternoon to everybody. If we can settle down. We left the best for last, eh? All right, if everybody can settle down, this is a panel that's going to be quite interesting. My panel members are all online. Unfortunately, they're online. Hey, it would have been nice to have them with us. But the reality is we've got a very diverse panel from various parts of the world. And so as we get into the session, and if people can maybe just close the doors at the back, it might help a little bit with the noise. I'm going to give people a chance to introduce themselves very briefly. And then there's a single slide that I will share with you as well, but we can hold the slide for a second. So as we get into the session then, a bit of background. This is a program on micro-credentials in Southern Africa. Some of you in the audience, I see Marco there and others have been part of this. There is a website if you want to find out a little bit more. It's pomisa.hec.mu. So if you want to go and have a look at about this. Okay, I'll spell it out. So POMISA is POMISA.hec.mu. Okay, thank you, pleasure. The project was funded as an Erasmus Plus funded project over 2 years. The work is concluded. And so we're actually in a nice space. We spoke a lot about trust in some of the earlier sessions and how relationships gets developed. I think this is one of my best projects ever. I hope the team online feel the same. You know, we built really good relationships over 7 countries. 7 countries and 18 partners. Now, those of you that work on big mega ecosystem projects, if you want to come join me to manage 18 partners over 2 years, over 7 countries, you're welcome to come. It was relatively difficult, okay? But in the end, it worked out very well. So I'm going to just introduce the 6 panel members very briefly, and then we're going to talk to a single slide. And then I'm going to start a little bit the other way around. I'm going to ask for questions from you. All right, so start thinking about it. I'm looking for 1 question for each country. You will hear the list of countries as I go through them. If you ever wanted to ask somebody who lives in Estonia or something, today is the day. Or in Ireland, or in Lesotho, or in Mauritius. And we're going to go through the list now. So I'm just going to go according to my screen, and I think the video and the sound should work well. So I'm going to start with you, Noella. Noella is based at University of Galway in Ireland. Maybe Noella can tell us a little bit more about her day job, and in particular how she's involved in micro-credentials. Noella, over to you.
Thanks, James, and hi everybody at the conference and on the panel. I'm with the University of Galway on the west coast of Ireland, and I'm in the Centre for Adult Learning and Professional Development. So my day job is looking after adult learners who wish to upskill for personal and professional reasons, and most of our provision is online, and the micro-credentials project was a really natural addition to the portfolio of offerings that we run in Ireland. There is a national initiative in Ireland in the whole area of micro-credentials, and at a national level, the University of Galway was working with 7 other universities on a pilot project which has just completed since March, and that lasted over 5 years. So I'm happy to talk more about that as we continue the proceedings today. Thank you.
Thank you, Noella. The other, Noella's claim to fame, she has some dancing skills as well, by the way, Noella, which were pretty impressive in Mauritius. I'm going to switch over to Moketsi then. Moketsi is based at the Council on Higher Education in Lesotho. So can you hear, we're going to switch from a university to a quality assurance body. Moketsi, over to you.
Thank you very much, James. I work for the Council on Education, as you have said, and I am directing the transformational agenda to ensure that higher education is relevant to the needs of the industry. And within this transformation agenda, we embody the provision of micro-credentials as an imperative for the socio-economic development of Lesotho. And indeed, we have been collaborating with our TVET department in Lesotho to develop policies, greater accumulation and transfer, recognition of current competencies, and also the RPL policies, which are very critical for the implementation of the micro-credentials. I do liaise with industry and professional bodies, higher education institutions, to ensure that we close the gaps through the provision of micro-credentials. And currently, we are in talks with the TVD department in Lesotho to ensure that we develop the national framework for implementation of the micro-credentials as guided by the national concept paper that emerged from the POMISA project, which we really appreciate. And there are some MOUs that I'm driving, in terms of their drafting and implementation, which will also commit all the stakeholders, including the professional bodies, in the provision of micro-credentials and how that can be implemented. And also, let me indicate, James, that as of now, I'm leading the revision of the quality assurance system in Lesotho to ensure that we actually cater well for micro-credentials. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Moketsi. You've got a colleague in the audience. So here's a gentleman from Lesotho. He presented a poster, you're over there. He presented a poster session this morning about really interesting work around RPL in Lesotho in particular, you know, around the construction of the dam. I think it's helpful and really good to have you with us. All right, Kurtie, can I go over to you? Kurtie's from the University of Johannesburg.
Good afternoon. My name is Kirti Menon, and I am based at the University of Johannesburg. My full-time position involves managing the Future Professors Program, which is a national program for academic staff development. And I'm also part of the UJ team that is implementing the POMISA project. I've also done work on micro-credentials with the national working group within the country, and am on the writing team currently for the policy framework. I'm really looking forward to this engagement, as we have all shared on this panel perspectives on micro-credentials, but of course we are all at different stages. So looking forward to engaging with the audience as well as with my panel members. Thank you, James.
Thank you, Kurtie. I'm going to switch to Mauritius, to Noshmi. Noshmi, while you introduce yourself, could you also answer the question, and sorry I'm putting you on the spot now. I said that I gave them a list of questions we were going to discuss today, but I said I might ignore the questions. So let's see how it goes, because I think it's important to be a bit interactive. So Noshmi, as you tell us about your day job, what is a micro-credential?
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, James. I am Noshmi Bhagwant, and I am the head of the Regulatory Affairs and Accreditation Division at the Higher Education Commission in Mauritius. So the Higher Education Commission is the apex regulatory body for higher education in Mauritius. And personally, I have been involved in the development of micro-credentials in Mauritius, mainly through the work of the Higher Education Commission in framework development, stakeholder coordination, research, and the implementation support. So my involvement started during the evidence building phase, including contributions to the baseline study, which was conducted between 2022 and 2023 by UNESCO IIEP, and in collaboration with the Mauritius Qualifications Authority, which is the regulatory body for the TVET sector in Mauritius. So we had our consultations with, including the TVET sector and the higher education sector, including industry partners. And then these engagements helped to shape the blueprint for micro-credentials in higher education, and which also acted as a catalyst for our legislative reform in Mauritius. So through the amendment of the Higher Education Act, the HEC is now, the Higher Education Commission is now formally mandated to approve and recognize micro-credentials in higher education. And most importantly, during the last 2 years, I have had the privilege to be part of the POMISA project, where I contributed to the development of the state of play of micro-credentials for Mauritius, and had the opportunity to exchange knowledge and experiences, as James mentioned, with the 7 countries participating in POMISA. Most recently, my work has focused on the implementation phase of micro-credentials in Mauritius, particularly the academia industry co-design micro-credentials, which included supporting the 2026 pilot initiatives, as well as ongoing work relating to approval and recognition status of micro-credentials. So coming back to your question, James, I would say that the HEC, we have our own definition. So we based ourselves on the UNESCO definition. So we have defined micro-credentials as a small pack of learning comprising of learning outcomes and units which are assessed against which has an assessment. I don't have the correct definition, but in general, this is what it means for us.
Okay, that's a good start. So you can hear this is a higher education group, but they also work in TVET. And so the reason for us to talk to this panel today would be that bridge between higher education and TVET is really important. And so we will interrogate that a little bit more. Thanks, Noshmi. All right, our last panel member briefly is Maggie. Maggie Bekes from the University of Namibia. Over to you, Maggie.
Thank you, James, and good afternoon, audience. I'm Maggie Bekes, as James introduced me. I'm from the University of Namibia, within Namibia, but I'm specifically directing a center called the Center for Innovation in Learning and Teaching, and my involvement with micro-credentials is stretching over our project of the potential of micro-credentials in Southern Africa, POMISA, that James referred to, but also at national level. We're a small country, roughly 3 million people, and therefore we cannot afford duplication and doing work in respect of micro-credentials in silos. So we are operating as a small team at country level. We've been established as a technical working group, and we all need to bring contributions from a higher education institution level, from a TVET level, from the private sector, industry, to the table. And at this point in time, we are busy framing the national micro-credential framework and drafting it for Namibia. So for that as the entry, and then as we proceed, we'll let out more. Thank you, James.
Thanks, Maggie. And Maggie was second last. Sorry, Meili, I nearly skipped you. Meili is based in Estonia and at University of Tartu. Meili, over to you, and perhaps you also want to give us your definition of a micro-credential, if you don't mind.
Yeah, thank you very much, James. And the audience, I wouldn't want to have the audience to have missed the opportunity to ask a question from someone who is from such an exotic place as Estonia. So glad you found me. So indeed, my name is Meili Wilson. I am the acting head of the Department of Political Studies at the University of Tartu in Estonia. So I'm a bit of the odd one out here because I'm working for a specific department, and maybe my connection to micro-credentials isn't immediately clear, and my expertise definitely is a bit more limited compared to our other participants. But our collaboration started within the POMISA project because at the University of Tartu and in Estonia more broadly, the micro-credentials are also a relatively new thing. So as a member of the European Union, Estonia adopted, and that will answer your question, I'm very clever, James, Estonia adopted the definition and framework of micro-credentials from the European Union. So that forced us to think about micro-credential offers and how to set it up. We haven't had too much time altogether now, about 5 years, how to think about it. And basically in our department, we were the first ones, or one of the first at the university, and to start offering micro-credentials, then at the level of higher education. So that is my background. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Meili. Guys, if you can put that one slide up, please. So we're going to show you one slide. I know online audiences, we're so used to Teams calls that we kind of switch off. So I need you back with me a little bit, okay, just for this part. This is a diagram that gives you a bit of a sense of the different artifacts or nomenclature or definitions that we use when we talk about micro-credentials. The problem I've found in many countries as we work in Africa, but also internationally, is that we don't distinguish properly between these different terminologies. It is interesting that we talk about micro-credentials and not micro-qualifications. There's a reason we say it like that, because a credential and a qualification is not the same thing. Let me explain briefly. You will see on the left-hand side of the slide, it talks about things like curriculum and learning programs, which is perhaps not the focus of today, but it gives you a sense how we build up to the concept of a curriculum. There's also a term on there called a designation. A designation is something I achieve if I have a professional kind of title of sorts. A simple example of a designation would be I can be an accountant or a chartered accountant. If I'm a chartered accountant, I work with a professional body and they give me a designation. And there are many other professions that also have designations. But what is interesting about a credential is a credential captures many of these different artifacts. So a professional license to practice or designation, like the one I gave you, is an example of a credential. A qualification is also an example of a credential. And we increasingly make a distinction between micro and macro credentials. Macro credentials are more typically the qualifications that we used to, that we do at TVET institutions or at universities. But micro credentials are challenging us. Micro credentials come more from the workplace, from the demand side. They are shorter in duration, that's why they're short or micro. But the fact that their credentials are really important, it means they're challenging us to think it's not just a qualification that I break up in small parts. There are other types of credentials that can also, serve the purpose as a micro-credential. If I really stretch this analogy, if you have a banking profile is also a credential. Your passport, your ID documents are also credentials. So where we see the world going at the moment is that this concept of credential is becoming so mainstream across our digital platforms that the technology we use to go in and out of countries with our passports and our visas, it is the same technology that gets used to manage micro-credentials. Now, that opens a whole world of things for us to compare things and to match things up with each other. At the center of all of that is the concept of digital identity. And today is not about digital identity or about passports or about visas, but today is about micro-credentials. So if you work in the TVET space, the concept of credential is something that is going to be with us for a long time. We're going to talk about a micro-credential as a very specific example, but there are others as well. And hopefully we can open you a little bit to thinking about this in your TVET institutions and where you work. So I'm going to very briefly then, I need 6 questions. 1 question for South Africa, 1 for Estonia, and so the list goes. You can ask them anything you want. I won't constrain you too much, okay? Let's not go too way out, just keep it modest. But if I can have a couple of questions then, and we're going to do a quick round. Kenny, could you help me quickly with the mic, if you don't mind, thanks. Okay, I've got 1 question in the front, if we can just go around. Please mention the country's name, and if the country's taken, then you need to move to a new country, all right? And guys online, if you can just take your question down, please. Yes, over to you.
Thanks very much, James. It's Pinky here from the Durban University of Technology, South Africa. Thank you so much to the panel. My question is for Mauritius. I looked at the program again this morning and I said, what a timely discussion, because about 2 weeks ago, our Vice Chancellor through UPRF had requested and asked our DVC what we are doing in terms of micro credentials for our students. So what I'd like to know is, in Mauritius, in the university that you are in, how did you introduce this in the curriculum? And is there a way that, though it's in the curriculum, if it is, it also spans over to how they do research? Because I'm saying this because it was tasked to DVC research, but I also recognize that they may have to work together with DVC teaching and learning. If you can maybe just describe how you factor this in the curriculum. If it's not in the curriculum, what are you doing about it? In which space about is it in the university? Thanks.
All right, thank you, Pinky. South Africa and Mauritius compete on some things. In this case, Mauritius is beating us. Mauritius is doing really well in this area, so the response will be quite interesting. Yes, next one, thanks.
So I pick maybe Ireland for my question. I'm coming from a research center in France, and we are wondering ourselves in my organization what we can do in terms of study and research about micro-credentials. So a lot of steps forward has been done in the last year. So we have a framework. So we have science like in Ireland, they are very much advanced on this. We better understand what it is, because at the beginning, for instance, in a country like France, we had some problems to understand what it is exactly, the object that it is, and what is aimed for. So now the information about these new objects, which are quite new for my context, are more or less clear right now. It seems to me that it miss yet, and it is what we want to work on in the next months. It is the impact, the real, actual impact on the labor market. So we are not sure about if microcredential actually can bring more employability to people, can bring more opportunities for particular categories of workers or youth or students. So what is missing to me is this aspect, so the real concrete, because we have a lot of communication around microcredential, we have a lot of associations that are developing this, but it lies at the level of communication, discourse. We know what the European Commission, for instance, says about the potential of microcredentials, but we do not have much evidence in this moment. So we would like to have more evidence about the impact on the labor market. So my question for the Irish colleague is, since you have a system which has been really advanced, at least with respect to other European countries, what are your considerations and the evidence that you have for Ireland about the benefits of microcredential? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Matteo. We're still looking for the other countries, if you can think in the meantime. I see a hand in front here. Matteo makes a really important point about language. Portuguese, French, English, and the legacies around the artifacts and the definitions are very confusing, you know, and it is something that one needs to look at. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. My question is to Lesotho.
Thank you.
In Nigeria, we're also coming up with this. We began talking about introducing micro-credentials across all our tertiary institutions. And one of the ways we are looking at it is perhaps even our skills qualification framework, the occupational standards can be broken down into micro-credentials. So now, coming from a regulator and a government agency, I want to know what are the policies, what have they done in Mauritius that can support its implementation?
Lesotho.
Lesotho, yes.
Got it. Okay, thank you, and thanks for the nice, tight question. Okay, we've got a few more to go, guys. Just want to give another second or so. Estonia needs a question. South Africa needs a question. Namibia. Do I need to pick on anybody? Stefan, can you help out with a question? Do you have a question? No? Okay. I'm picking on somebody because the hands are not coming up. I used to be a teacher, so I just do this. Bridget? Not happening? Okay. Natalie, thank you.
Tell me again, which countries?
Estonia, Namibia, South Africa.
Okay, I'll ask Estonia. Do you see micro-credentials also as an opportunity to improve permeability between academic and TVET pathways? Thank you.
I think that's a really nice question. Okay, going. Okay, sorry for Matteo, quick, short, another question. Go for it. We're out of questions. Go.
I don't know if I have the right for a second question, but it's a second question for South Africa.
Yeah.
So because you talked about the link that we have to do between higher education and VET.
Yeah.
My perception about microcredential in this moment is that there is much development in higher education, and VET is lagging a little bit behind.
Yeah.
So I would like to know what your perception about this from your South Africa point of view. If do you think that will be equally beneficial, and maybe for what kind of audience also?
Okay, nice. Sebastian, do you have a question? No? It doesn't help if I pick on people, they're not responding. Salim, do you have a question? One over there, thanks. This will be the last question, then we'll switch over, guys.
Okay, thanks, James. How do you begin to start advocating for micro-credentials when there seems to be an issue around credentials as a whole? Like I'm thinking of the SAQA 8 levels, etc. There is little understanding in the private sector. Okay. Educationists, we speak to each other, so we know. So how do we begin to start establishing that as something that takes effect in the labor market?
Okay.
Because that's where the real action.
Well, I was looking for the question, so it came.
Thanks.
No, it's a good question.
You forced me.
I did. All right, let's switch over to the panel then and go through, and if you can take your question, and we can maybe, if anybody else wants to elaborate. I'm just going to go through, so I'm going to start maybe with Noshmi, Mauritius.
Yes, James. Thank you, Madam, for the question. So the question was, how do universities integrate micro-credentials in curriculum and research? So as a regulatory body, we have established standards and criteria for the recognition and approval of micro-credentials. So one of the very first criterion would be that universities, before going for micro-credentials, they need to have a training needs analysis. So what micro-credential, the basis of micro-credential is for reskilling and upskilling. So conducting a training needs analysis would enable the university to know in which field they should start, develop, or offer a micro-credential. So first of all, I would say that it starts with a TNA, a training needs analysis, and then definitely there should be articulation agreements between or memorandum of understanding between the universities or the TVET sector, training providers, and the industry, so that they sit together, both the industry and the training provider, they co-design and develop the micro-credential. Now, it is up to the training provider to decide whether on the certificate, this is another issue, whether they want to co-award, both industry and training provider to co-award the micro-credential at the end after completion of the micro-credential. This is the second thing. And I would also say integrating, how to integrate the micro-credential in a program. For us, I would take the example of an academic program. We, as a regulatory body, we have stated that micro-credentials should not form part of core modules. This is the approach that we have adopted in Mauritius. It should not form part of core modules. So micro-credential can be elective modules, but not the core modules, because the beauty of micro-credentials that the purpose was that it has to change. It is not static. It is dynamic. So.
Noshmi, can you start finishing? Thanks. Noshmi, a minute, please.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, I don't want to cut you. Do you want to just finish? You're good. Okay, you're good. Thanks.
Okay. One last thing. So there is also the number of credits allocated to a micro-credential in a core in an academic program. So for us, we are going for not more than 20 credits. So for 20 credits, 1 credit for us is 30 notional hours. Thank you.
Okay. So Pinky, if you want to follow up, or anybody wants to follow up with this panel, we can put you in touch with them. All right. Particularly, you that are based at the University of Technology. All right. Noella, I think there were quite significant questions for you on the Irish front.
Yes. So thank you for the question. And the question really focused on a country, as in France, that has already done some work on the framework and in the area of micro-credentials and is looking for advice on next best steps. In the Irish context, we have the framework in place, and we have a fairly established idea of what micro-credentials are. I would maybe say that still, even 5 years after being involved in a project here in Ireland, there is still a lack of awareness around micro-credentials, even though we've been talking about it for so long. So I think the first thing I would say from any sort of developing project is communication. It has to be communicated at every level, and that would be right across the education sector, whether it's in the further education or the higher education, that everybody is communicating about the value of them, and that can never stop, the communication. The second advice I would give is around collaboration. You mentioned the labour market, And again, working closely with industry is really important. And Noshmi kind of touched on that in the area of designing for industry and designing relevant micro-credentials. So my advice would be to hook up with maybe business organisations. In Ireland, we have skill nets, which are government-funded sectoral or groups that look after training in particular areas. So our success has been linking up with skill nets, who then in turn are working with companies, and we can, through that mechanism, kind of explain the value of the micro-credentials and maybe their worth. So I think that is really important. And the final thing I would say is that for the learner, that piece around guidance is very much so needed, and it's missed I think adult guidance around what course to take, what micro-credential to take is really lacking in the Irish system. I think we need more of it, because the learner is at the heart of all of what we do, and if they don't have time and if they're not released from industry or not given chance to succeed, then any great program or any amazing micro-credential isn't going to meet the need, because the learner hasn't been given an opportunity. So collaboration with industry, good communication and good guidance is the 3 first steps I would give.
Thank you, Noella. France was one of the first countries with the CNC to develop a qualification system. So it's interesting how it will adapt to this new trend or not. And, Salim's question, which I'm going to switch to Kurti, if you're happy to answer Salim's question and perhaps Natalie's, I think it's quite important. So over to you, Kurti.
If I understood Salim correctly, it was about the bridges between TVET and universities.
It was particularly how did we get to credentials, Salim, but you can add, it was more like, why has the concept of credentials become so mainstream? Can I just generalize it like that, Kurti?
So, I think the credentialing is because we have such a huge market of short learning programs, etc. And I think there has been a need to find alternative ways for reskilling, upskilling, which are recognized. But I think quite critically that we are in a particular country where, and I think the same applies to many of our countries in the developing world, particularly where adults are already in the labor market who cannot afford to stop working for a 3-year qualification, but need recognized portable credentials to advance. The same applies to upskilling or reskilling of people in the sectors, the various sectors, unemployed youth who haven't qualified for university, people in the informal economy wanting to formalize skills that they already have. We have artisans who require new competencies to be added to existing trades, and employers also wanting short targeted training, which are aligned to developments within their particular sectors. So we do have well-defined RPL mechanisms, but the indications are that they are not used in ways which allow people to have a formal recognition of their learning. I think what also is quite important is that at the university level, there are a number of working professionals who require CPD, graduates who need reskilling, postgraduates who require interdisciplinary competencies, career changes, employers sending staff for specific skills, etc. And I think the discussion on micro-credentials is critical because it offers alternatives to whole qualifications. It offers the opportunity for stackability if done with the appropriate quality controls and measures in place so that it's not a free-for-all, and that we don't have learning programs where people enroll but they have no recognition for it. So I hope that answers the question, but I think that that is really the key for recognition, for portability, for articulation, upskilling, reskilling, etc., and alternative pathways.
All right.
Thanks, James.
Thank you, Kirti. Those of you that might not be close to this debate, there are quite extreme views on the way qualifications and credentials get used in TVET systems, but also in higher education. And in South Africa in particular, but also in other parts of the world, the first qualification systems like France, Ireland, Scotland, South Africa, and so on, are often seen as a kind of new liberal movement. You know, there's a commodification of education, and that the overemphasis on credentialing becomes quite problematic. And this is quite a healthy tension. And so I was brave to ask Salim this question because I knew I'm going to get a little bit of that. But it's okay, you know, we must have these debates and we must have them in public spaces. All right, I have two people left for answers. Meili, if you can go, and then after you, Moketsi. Thank you, Meili.
Yeah, thank you very much to Natalie, I believe, for this question. Here I have to answer it to you in a way that my personal opinion differs really from the experience of Estonia, and probably it's similar in other countries. So I fully agree with you that there is a great potential for micro-credentials to actually be useful, and sort of this connection between higher education and TVET areas, that this really we could sort of make use of it and actually put it into practice. I have to say, unfortunately, that in Estonia it's quite the opposite. Whether it's due to our historical experience or something else, but we have quite regulated this field, and it is only very specific, accredited higher education institutions that can provide micro-credentials. If they are not higher education institutions, they are eligible to provide what we call, and gets very confusing in English, we call them micro-qualifications, which means that the idea is that these are not academic subjects that we are teaching. As a university or higher education institution, you provide academic education. And hence, actually, it is extremely difficult to even be providing micro-credential or any kind of these short-term learning programs that actually meet these needs of TVET area. So in that sense, I see that these are going in a bit of a different direction, and we should definitely continue to look for these opportunities, how we could sort of bring them closer together instead of kind of very rigidly stipulating what can and cannot be done. Thanks.
Thank you, Meili. The one way I would summarize a little bit the response we're getting from the group is micro-credentials start from the demand side. Qualifications start on the supply side. Generally, I know I'm generalizing, you might not completely agree with me, but that is the trajectory we see. And these two concepts have now met each other. And we're getting, you know, the supply side now starting to engage with the demand side in a more direct way around what the industry needs. And by the way, we're calling it micro-credentials. In some cases, it could be modules or short programs, and in the workplace, it might go by a training program. But it's as if we're meeting the supply and the demand side. I think that's the exciting part. All right, Moketsi, over to you. And then Maggie, I'm going to give you the last word after Moketsi, okay? Moketsi?
Thank you very much, James. The question was, what are the policies from COMISA that can help with the implementation, maybe with reference to Lesotho? And let me indicate that three major issues emerged for Lesotho from the COMISA project, being a report on the state of play on micro-credentials, which actually informed us as where we are and which policies must be developed and how can we improve on existing policies. But at the same time, we're able to also develop the concept paper, which actually assisted us a lot in terms of, trying to understand how the implementation of micro-credentials could be done in the context of Lesotho, in view of the existing frameworks such as the Lesotho Qualifications Framework, and also how do we deal with the accreditation of this or quality assurance of these micro-credentials, going down to the development of the guidelines for the development of these specific micro-credentials, and also how now they can be implemented, and also the quality assurance thereof. So all this was actually the benefits that we acquired from COMISA. But what is also critical is the opportunity to bring together the key role players in the implementation of micro-credentials through participation of industry, policymakers, and also TVET and higher education. We are able to see the policy gaps. And when we were now moving towards the review of the development, of the RPL policy, the RCC, and also the CAT policy, we were able to provide, concrete inputs from the lessons that we had from the benchmarking, and experiences that we had within the project itself. But I also want to indicate that the involvement of these different parties is also very critical, because issues of funding or financing of micro-credentials also emerged. So this says that when you talk about the national policies, we need to also include these micro-credentials so that we can be able to ensure that they are also sustainable. So these are policy implications that emerged from these collaborations. So this says that as the policymakers come together now, they will be coming up with new policies that will actually support the implementation of the micro-credentials. But then I also wanted to talk, James, to the issue of quality assurance, which is very critical in the context of Lesotho, because while the policies were revised and while we are developing different policies from supporting sectors that ensure that we implement micro-credentials, we should also, as a country, now move forward with the framework that I talked about. And the critical issue is that we have had a number of institutions, both in higher education and TVET, dealing with micro-credentials, maybe calling them something else. But the issue is that now we are moving towards a guided approach on how this should be done, taking care of 3 tiers of role players as providers of micro-credentials. And I think there will be more content to this as we move on with to the next questions that James will carry us through. So I hope that I have responded to the question, but the issue is buy-in is very critical for policymakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Moketsi. Okay, Maggie, you didn't get a specific question, so maybe I can ask you a question.
Or I could attempt the labor market, the advocacy.
Okay, go for it.
The advocacy of micro-credentials, if there's skepticism, I hope I got that correctly. Of course, there's a lot of skepticism. Of course, we are at crossroads in various countries when it comes to the acceptance of micro-credentials. But I'm going to flip a little bit what Curtis said in terms of labor market that would want micro-credentials, to hook on to what James said about demand and supply. At least in Namibia, through our stakeholder consultation, labor market argued, what is it that you're bringing to us? We've been long in this game. You just didn't recognize us as regulatory frameworks or as higher educational institutions. So they argued the opposite. They said, don't come and try and convince us that it's only starting now. We have been sending our colleagues on continuous professional development training, lots of training sessions. The only issue that you guys are undermining is that we want trust in a recognition system. And where will you pack your micro-credential in a qualifications framework? So that's the underlying issue that the labor market argued, at least in Namibia and I'm sure elsewhere in the world. The TVET sector did exactly the same. They said, we have been building on unit standards for many years. So if you come now with a fancy term like micro-credentials, where is it that you want us to fit? So I'm hooking it back to the fact that there is the issue of trust, and they link trust to the recognition thereof and registration of a micro-credential
on your national qualification framework, number one. Secondly, it's teaching us in higher education institutions a lesson about accepting flexible pathways and understanding what is really a flexible pathway. We're so fixated on starting a degree and ending a degree, you know, from year 1 to year 3 or year 1 to year 4 with honors packed on top of it, and then masters and PhD. But what we are learning from the labor market is that they are saying, accept the flexible pathway for the fact that it's a small building block. You put onto it as you progress. You can even be employed while you're studying. What they're trying to say to us in the higher education sector is, you want to say, obtain your qualification and then start to work. They want this flexible learning pathway to be seen as a multiple entry point to recognize recognition of prior learning, mature age entry, whatever pathways we should accommodate as universities.
Okay.
Because you need to earn while learning. You need to be allowed to pause and return to your education whenever you feel like. You need to be offered different branches. If my branch is cybersecurity and I'm doing it as part of a formal degree, when do I branch out? When do I start to work? When do I start to earn? So all these things they feel we have to take into account with a lot of relevance to the real world, like your TVET system, your skills development programs and your private training, as I already mentioned, and even your Coursera's and your Microsoft Learn programs. They want us to become more serious in this regard. I hope, James, I didn't miss the question, but that I tried my level best. Thank you for that opportunity.
Thanks, Maggie. I think you were good to go last. You kind of put it all together. Guys, this is the A team, okay, that presented to you today. They couldn't be here in person, but we've had several interactions, and we're very much aware that this is not a this is not a fix. That is just going to, all the problems are going to go away. We're very much aware of that. But each of these people are working in their own countries. Some are at different stages. You know, Ireland is definitely the furthest advanced, and then you get Mauritius is doing really well, and the rest of us are catching up. This is happening. Like it, don't like it, be critical of it. It's happening in our world. And so we've got to grapple with it and understand it and use it for good in our systems. So thank you for listening to us. It was an online panel. I saw the heads went to the computers, but they picked up a little bit here and there as well. So thank you for the opportunity, and thanks to Univoc. Back to you, Kenny. And thanks to the panel.
Thank you so much, James, for moderating this interesting session, and I'm sure that the audience appreciated the way that you organized this, engaging them, and thanks, of course, for the panelists. Now we are really coming to the end of this, and for the final session, I invite Stella Mokena to moderate the last part. Over to you, Stella.
Afternoon, everyone. So I can see that so the venue is still full, and so you still want to continue engaging. But unfortunately, I mean, so we have actually reached so the finishing line, and so this is how we're going to proceed. So I'm going to give an opportunity so to our acting vice principal, Dr. Malapo, so to maybe to sum up on behalf of the university, on behalf of so the office of the vice chancellor and the principal, and so after that, so I'll call upon so to the stage, so the three Univoc Center coordinators, JET. And the center manager, so UNISA, and DUT, all right? I mean, so just to share with us their reflections. So look, I mean, in my space, I will say conclusions, recommendations, but I mean, so they'll be sharing those with us. I mean, so the reflections, the recommendations, I mean, so we'll go into the reports. So that will be put in together, all right? So immediately thereafter, so maybe I'll invite So the team behind this magnificent arrangement, all right? And so to come in front, and then after that, so it will be a quick photo. And so I'll invite, so the head of the UNESCO UNIVOC, so to close, so the event for us, right? I think I'm clear. All right. VP, so can you come over? All right.
Thank you very much, Prof. Mokoena, for the opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, let me start by saying, on behalf of our Principal and Vice Chancellor, Professor Lenkabula, the Executive and Extended Management of the University of South Africa, I would like to recognize and express our deepest gratitude to our esteemed international organizations, partners, collaborators, and funders, our national leaders and sponsors, ministries and regulators, TVET colleges and universities, UNIVOC centers represented here, employers, social partners, digital innovators, researchers, students, if there are any of them. I think we saw some, or one or two, our organizers and caterers, administrators in different functions, marketing and communication structures, multimedia services, and the sign language interpreters who were here. They were great, isn't it? I don't know how they do it. Distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for making this event possible and successful. It is both an honor and a privilege that we have had 3 days of uninterrupted opportunity to stay focused in what we came here for, to stay focused in this room, and also to execute our study visits to our neighboring TVET colleges in Durban with all the expertise that we have here to discuss and rethink critical matters pertaining to the TVET sector. It is really a privilege to have your time to be seated and just doing this. It doesn't happen every day. I know that all of you are very busy. As UNISA and our fellow partners, JET, Education Services, and the university and the Durban University of Technology, we do not take for granted the time you took away from your everyday responsibilities to come and engage in this very important aspect that speaks volumes to the now and future aspirations of our children and development of our countries, and of course, just to make a world a better place. The engagements that we have had have been honest and sobering, also practical and forward-looking. To the BILT bridging events, which is a multilateral initiative and part of UNESCO UNIVOC Innovation and Excellence in TVET project, and the leadership of the German Federal Ministry of Education, Family Affairs, Senior Citizens, Women and Youth, and also the German Federal Institute of Vocational Education and Training. We are very, very thankful for what you do. Can we give a round of applause to the subboard? Our program participants, presenters, both oral presentations, physically and virtually, and the posters over there, you did justice to the theme of this BILT bridging event, advancing TVET through industry partnerships and innovation. You did an excellent job. I learned a lot personally. You have unpacked how sound policy frameworks, effective governance and arrangements, and vibrant ecosystems of partners from government and regulatory to industry, how the environment is created to enable conditions for the TVET systems to innovate and respond to changing labor markets, I have learned. The focus on ecosystems also reminds us that no single institution can transform TVET alone. All of us here, we need each other to strengthen our connections and shared commitments that will determine our collective impact in this sector. There are many takeaways and case studies that you have learned here. We have learned how to build sustainable work-based learning and partnerships with the private sector. So many experiences came from this, and how to harness innovative pedagogies, including AI-enabled teaching, different accreditation and programs, and also the quality frameworks, lifelong learning pathways, and micro-credentials that respond rapidly to the evolving occupational profiles. There are so many, but I've been taking notes vigorously. Also, what we learned from this session, or these 3 days, that leadership really matters in driving processes and systems so that they run like a well-oiled machine. Leadership, we learned that it can make or break a program or a structure. For it to be successful, it requires absolute discipline and robust ethical principles, commitment, care, cooperation, consistency, and communication is another C that I also picked up. Patience, resilience, and tenacity. Your head and heart has to be in the right place, and to be a selfless person, to be able to serve and to really get down to business and get your hands dirty. It is not a privileged position to be a leader. You really, really have to get your hands dirty, to get down to the people on the ground, to get the work done. And that is a true spirit of servant leadership. We learned from several examples that were shared with her. The Moteo TVET story tells us, served as a very good example of where it was and where it is now. We also learned from the TVET colleges that presented here in their panel, and Majuba, I think, is one of them. The study visits that we have witnessed yesterday, and many others that never had the opportunity to share with us good stories and good practices are true examples of success, and that comes with good leadership. and good ethical principles. I was actually humbled by the eThekwini University, or TVET University yesterday, when it said, where the leader there who said, or the speaker on behalf of eThekwini who said, one day when I grow up, or when we grow up as eThekwini, we just want to be like Majuba. I mean, that's so humbling for one TVET institution to acknowledge the other one which is doing a good job, because most of the time we tend to be very competitive, but we actually need each other. And to acknowledge the good work from the others so that you can also learn. So I think for our organizers and to our sponsors, we have accomplished a lot out of this, because whatever you have funded for is bringing out good results in terms of the best practices that we are learning from each other. We also learned how integrated learning, what we call integrated learning at UNISA, or work-based learning, is key to skills development, whether upskilling or reskilling, or development of skills across in the TVET sector. There are many approaches that are at our disposal, how we integrate either through simulation or in-person training in the industry. That was also an eye-opener for me. Also, the importance of public-private partnerships or tripartite alliances were raised as very critical in terms of systems development, from policy, regulatory principles to program development. We learned how international organizations and local entities can enhance competency training in the TVET sector through participatory research and tripartite alliances. I think the academic aspect, the research aspect, really said a lot about the work that is done for systematic development processes that were shared here for me, were very quite fascinating. And we also take note of the fact that we are in academia committed to SDG 4, which speaks to quality education, and the UN's commitment to ensure inclusive, equitable, quality education, and to promote lifelong learning for all by 2030. So the work that we do, it is directly going to contribute to that cause, because this particular SDG acts as a catalyst for breaking the cycle of poverty, reducing global inequalities, and empowering marginalized communities worldwide. I also want to support my colleague, Mr. James Kivi's proposal that South Africa and other development countries need international youth transition systems between high school and tertiary education as one of the ways of building skills and also to capping unemployment. We can learn from the countries that are already doing this. Botswana used to do this, calling it Tirelos Chaba. Rwanda is doing it. Japan, we learned. China, and I think Mr. Kivi did some research in that area. And I truly want to drive this idea that he shared with us, that we should consider it seriously and see how we can advance skills and discipline among our youth while they transition from high school to tertiary education. And those who cannot make it to tertiary education, they must gain the necessary skills to be able to work after that program. Thank you. Let's give that to a round of applause. I think it's a very important aspect. We have also learned about how AI influenced vocational training, and I think it's one area, and I think what the relationship that was shared here about the partnerships that have been established in terms of enhancing the digital skills within the sector, and how the industry in that sector is training the teachers, and also the aspect that I really liked what one of the speakers said on the stage, to say the capacity of the lecturers is very, very critical. And also communication was also emphasized. So continued capacity building among our lecturers, for them to continue training our learners, is very, very critical. We should not also take it for granted. And also, with the micro-credentials, we are learning a lot, and we learned a lot in the last sessions. So, ladies and gentlemen, I just would like to say that, just to affirm that under the leadership of our South Africa Univoc Center, and with the leadership of the Vice Chancellor and Principal of the Durban University of Technology, Professor Tandwa Zizwe Mthembu, Mr. James Kivi, Head of the JET Services, and our Principal and Vice Chancellor of the University of South Africa, Professor Linkabula, this project will be a success story. And as it ties well with our aspirations of our National Development Plan, the AU's Agenda 2063, and the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. So we are committing to make a concerted effort to ensure that our work meets objectives and contributes directly to the African Continental TVET Strategy 2025 to 2034 and the UNESCO Strategy for TVET 2022 and 2029 to 2029. To all our guests here and online, thank you for honoring the invite. Your presence practically made the event both intellectually, physically, and virtually welcoming. Your support breathes life into the work we do in the TVET sector, and we are encouraged, to continue doing better. As we close this BILT event, let us take the lessons learned and the best practices learned and customize them and implement them in our own spaces. Let us continue to provide the same support in the future BILT bridging event, and to continue, appreciating the support, the funding that comes from our sponsors, UNESCO and the German government. And so we will continue supporting this for what it stands for. And to our centers, both here, continentally and globally, let us take stock of our planning, our execution, delivery, monitoring, to the work we do, and report back the evidence that we will share. We will need evidence next time when we meet. So let's get our hands dirty. Let us carry forward the spirit of curiosity, of courage, integrity, and service. Let us continue to build the TVET sector where both academia and innovation thrives and flourishes through the partnerships and the collaborations that we have to ensure that our communities are empowered to transform society. We are honored by your partnerships. We are inspired by this moment and this gathering for the past 3 days, and we are ready for work, and we are looking forward to a bright future for our countries. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy the rest of the event or the closing of the event, and travel safely. Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you very much, VP. And so we really appreciate it. I mean, we really appreciate it. And okay, so for staying with us, I mean, so we know that, I mean, so you have a very hectic schedule. I mean, so we really appreciate it. And I know that, I mean, so you told me that so tomorrow, I mean, so you'll have to fly over to Cape Town, I mean, so to attend another hectic event. But, I mean, so thank you very much. We appreciate the support. I mean, the support of the university management, and so for availing the resources and so to ensure that, I mean, so this particular event so becomes a success. All right, I mean, so may I quickly call so the 3 Innovox centers. I mean, so please, I'm going to give you each one of you so 3 minutes. All right, I mean, so just to share with us whether so this particular event so achieved its objectives. I mean, so remember, we set ourselves a number of objectives. All right, 3 minutes, and so what can you recommend? I mean, so for future events. I mean, or events of this similar kind. So advancing TVET through industry partnership and innovation. All right, I mean, so I'll give each one of you, I mean, so just 3 minutes, all right? I mean, so just to tell us, I mean, so what are those things that you think, all right, inspired you as a center, and what are the possible takeaways, and so if the event has achieved its objectives, all right?
Okay.
3 minutes.
All right.
Okay.
A very good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Viola Sambo from the University of South Africa, and thank you once again to our VP. I think she's covered the bases, so I'll just go quickly because I've got limited time. So colleagues, over the past 2.5 days, we have seen strong co-created TVET industry partnerships. We've seen that those strong co-created TVET industry partnerships are not necessarily a slogan, but a system requirement. So in answering Prof. Mugwena's question as to whether the event has achieved its objectives, I say a resounding yes. Right? I think we all agree. So the theme was around industry, industry pathways and partnerships, and I think we've seen that happening, in practice in this room and in the breakaway sessions that we've had. I've personally learned a lot from colleagues from across the continent. I was very amused to hear from a colleague from Nigeria that the very similar challenges that we are seeing in South Africa are actually challenges that they are experiencing there as well. And I think that creates an opportunity for all of us to put our heads together and look at the similar challenges that we are experiencing continentally and globally in the TVET sector to come up with the necessary solutions. So perhaps for me, the most important insight is that impactful partnerships are relational. I think the issue of trust, the importance of trust as we enter into partnerships is quite critical. You cannot partner with someone when you do not trust them. So it's not transactional relationships that we're looking at. We're looking at enduring and lasting partnerships, hence the issue of trust is quite critical. The issue of shared responsibility for work-based learning and long-term commitment from all industry stakeholders, and it is quite pleasing that we have all industry stakeholders in this room today, government, private sector, TVET colleges, and of course all of us are quite, humbled to hear the Muteo story. And I think Muteo is indeed one of the flagship colleges in the country, and we're quite humbled that they are here with us over the past 2.5 days. So, in terms of moving forward, in terms of recommendations from my side, quickly, a program director or session chair, operational recommendations for UNIVOC centers moving forward, talking to what we have been engaging on over the past 2.5 days. I think we need to move swiftly in strengthening the UNIVOC network as a platform for joint and learning, as joint learning partnership centers. We should consider perhaps, especially us as 3 centers in South Africa, forming thematic clusters. For example, on issues of course, digital innovation is what we've been talking about, issues of AI. I was quite pleased to hear throughout. I mean, the theme is that we cannot run away from AI. It's here, and we just have to adopt it. But the key issue is, of course, to use it ethically. I think that's quite important. And so issues of green skills, for example, are coming up quite prominently, and because of energy challenges that we are facing, especially in Africa, we have to, of course, empower and capacitate our TVET colleges to offer this particular type of skills. We have to build capacity. I think the issue of capacity building came out quite prominently throughout all the discussions, and I think it is incumbent upon us as UNIVOC centers to help in capacity building. And ourselves as the center at the University of South Africa, we have already started that work, earnestly working with ETDB CETA. We are rolling out capacity building programs. We have already started that in earnest. We have to, I think I'm almost concluding, we have to use the UNIVOC network more strategically for cross-regional peer learning clusters on themes showcased here in South Africa from the discussions that we have been having, such as to achieve sustainable industry partnerships, digital ecosystem, and community-centered TVETs. And lastly, colleagues, I think we have to work towards strengthening mechanisms for monitoring, documenting, all the lessons. Bina earlier spoke around the issue of, pilot programs that are being implemented, and it was quite emphasized the importance of, documenting those lessons so that when those programs are ultimately rolled out, we have documented quite significantly what worked and what did not work, so that we do not repeat the mistakes that we would have identified during the pilot sessions. So colleagues, these are what I'm recommending, or the challenge, so to say, that I am throwing to ourselves as UNIVOC centers, especially here in South Africa, of course, working with our peers across the region and globally. I think it is quite pleasing to know that we have access to the global UNIVOC network that should then enable us to do, to support the TVET colleges in South Africa through that, the resources that are available, through the UNIVOC network. So we're quite excited as the University of South Africa, as the baby of the UNIVOC networks in the country, to be a part of the network. And we're very much looking forward to working with all the stakeholders in the industry in making, impactful changes. The issue of impact was also emphasized. I think it was Bina that raised that it's quite critical for the programs that we implement, and that also contributes or plays a role when we apply for funding. those funders would like to know that their money will be used on impactful programs. Unemployment is quite rife in our country, colleagues. So it's quite critical that the work that we do contributes towards reducing unemployment, especially around the youth cohort. That is where it, raises its ugly head. And now and again, we talk of around 60% of unemployment around the youth cohort in the country. So we're looking forward to making those, to implementing programs that will have impact towards the youth in the TVET sector, and of course empowering the lecturers in the TVET sector. And I've already indicated that we're working on capacity building programs as the UNISA Univoc Center, especially for lecturers in the TVET sector. The colleague from DHED would attest that they are rolling out 4 IR centers within across TVET colleges in the country. But what we've realized is that those will remain white elephants if the lecturers are not adequately capacitated to be able to, roll out such AI-related programs. So we're looking forward to partnering with colleagues from Shenzhen, for example. They are quite ahead in terms of AI. We know China is one example in our BRICS arrangements as South Africa, where we are a member of BRICS as well. So we're looking forward to those partnerships that will contribute to making those impact that was quite emphasized this morning. So with that, colleagues, I call upon all of us as we leave today to continue with the wonderful work that we have started emanating from this BILT event. And yes, let's document, let's have the evidence that Dr. Mulapo has asked for, and let's make a lasting impact in the communities that we serve. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Cello. 3 minutes, eh?
Yep.
So I'm reliably informed that this was the most successful BILT event ever. Okay, we'll still get the evidence, but I'm informed that this one was very successful. So I want to just, maybe a little bit different, Cello. I want to say thank you to a few people just around us. So we hear a lot about babies and big sisters and big brothers. I think these 3 centers can work really well together. We have different strengths, and I'm really looking forward to doing that with both of you in a very direct way. Friedrich, Natalie, Kenny, Anne, this is a strong Univoc team. This is a team that is so polished. They have done this so many times. It's just seamless, and it's big appreciation. Cara and Sebastian, yeah. Having the BIP team with you, Cara and Sebastian, is really great. I think they add a lot of value. Yeah. The man standing here is the one that has done all the hard work, by the way, in the background. So he's going to say thank you to a lot of people now, but he's actually the one that did the most work. Okay? Maybe the other point I would make, Senai, Louis, no pressure, right? Because I think you're next, and we're going to rate you after the event, okay? There are probably 4 things I think as Univoc centers we can do together. And sometimes, modesty is important because, we've got day jobs. And it's difficult to do all of the things. But we can convene, like we've convened today, and we can convene other things. We don't need the Univoc presence in the room. We can do it on our own. We can research. And I think we need to do more joint research between each other. Both of you at universities, this kind of thing is important to you. We can collaborate across many things, and we can just share. I think there's a lot of benefit for us to work together as 3 Univoc centers. Not many countries that have 3 centers that can work together in this kind of way. And a whole list of things that Dr. Malapo has already said, so I'm not going to say them. But thank you to her for being here. It is not often a senior person like this stays with you for 3 days. And I just want to recognize that as well, Dr. Malapo. Thank you, Pinky. Over to you.
Indeed, 3 minutes. Afternoon, colleagues, and thank you so much for the opportunity. Firstly, I'd like to say, I have to say this on record, that thank you very much to UNISA and Mr. James. I got his email for the first time last year, and I was pregnant and very sick. I looked at the partial concept. I said, we are not missing out on this one, even if it means I get my team on board to assist. So thank you very much for thinking of us, and we really appreciated the opportunity to work together. Colleagues, I'll admit that for me in academia, I think I'm now, 26, I'm 16 years in academia. It's the first time I've seen a room full of different aspects of industry, TVET, traditional universities of technology in one place. One enemy that's going to kill us in higher education in general is working in silos. I always say this, that I'll give a very simple example for those of us who do research. If you look at one paper that I would have maybe published in February this year, you'll see 7 authors, for instance. Do you know that each of those authors call that paper as my paper? The first author says, I published a paper. Third one says, oh, that's my paper. 7th one. All of them are calling the paper their paper because they all contributed and they work together, meaning they go faster as a group. So I looked at the room and I said, this is the first time. The closest I've interacted, especially with the TVET colleges in my entire life, was through the World Skills competition. And someone mentioned it when we were chatting here today. I don't know if colleagues are aware of the World Skills competition where mostly TVET students participate. But to answer you, Mr. Sillo, we definitely achieved the objectives. I liked what Mr. James said about the location, beautiful and perfect. And I'm not saying that I'm discouraging going to other places. Like you mentioned, you've had to take multiple transports, etc. But let's appreciate what we had this year. It was beautiful. It was easy coming here. The weather was nice. It was just wonderful. Colleagues, obviously, I'm going to be skewed towards innovation because I'm a director at DUT for the Tech Transfer Office, and that's where the UNIVEC Center sits. So everything that was spoken here relating to innovation, I think I was making notes in my computer, I was making notes everywhere. But what came out, and I must also acknowledge the colleagues from DUT that are here with us. This from one of the colleagues from DUT. She asked a very important question and said, throughout the visit she's made in the TVET colleges, she also picked up that there is a lot of innovation that is happening there. And she wondered where that innovation and IP is going to. I'm not posing a question to anyone, but I don't know, I'm not privy to information as to whether TVET colleges have tech transfer centers, but maybe that's another opportunity for us to collaborate and work on, of course, notwithstanding our intellectual property policies. But colleagues, especially the principals and managers of TVET colleges, please look closely at what the students are doing. Besides just being skilled and being trained, there is innovation, there's a lot of IP that's going on there. And if you want to collaborate with other universities like DUT and UNISA or JET Services, please get in touch with us. The last thing I wanted to say was the very inspiring talk. I think it was you, Mr., in our breakaway sessions today in the morning, the learning by doing. I like to say this, that our students come in very creative and innovative, especially in the traditional universities and universities of technologies. And you know what we do? We box them. We kill the creativity, we kill all the innovation. How do we do it? How we teach them, how we assess. We say to them, you're going to write test 1, you're going to write test 2, sit in that exam hall. Don't you dare get below 50%. It means you don't know how to do this or you don't know the concept. Is that true, colleagues? Or is it reflective of their abilities? So in the talk where someone was mentioning learning by doing, I'm just reminded of, there's academics sitting here as well, whether you're from the TVET or universities, please think about how we are killing the innovation and creativity in our students by how we structure our teaching, by how we structure our assessment. Our students can learn and show their abilities by doing. Our students can learn and show abilities by being allowed Do you want to do it this way? Show us. Have an assessment rubric that accommodates student 1, that accommodates student 2, that accommodates student 3. All in all, colleagues, I was very happy, and I said that I missed the trip yesterday because we have graduation at DUT until the 27th of this month. I was very, very sad to miss it, but from day 1 up to day 3, I kept making notes, and I was wondering if everyone is benefiting as I am benefiting as a person and also as a center manager. And once again, please, let's continue working together. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the 3 center coordinators, and so I would like to, in a minute, all right, so to call to the front, all right, so the team behind this particular arrangement, all right, so just to thank you. And then after that, so I'll in fact invite to the stage so the head of the UNESCO Univoc, so to close the session, right? So the team behind this particular arrangement, so the team from Germany, so our team, all right, so remember I already instructed somebody or advised somebody, so to quickly assemble that. So in a minute, so come to the front so that we can recognize you and then thank you, so for the good work that you have done. And so I know that, so the head of the UNESCO Univoc, so will also touch on that, all right? So please come, so come to the front so quickly, so the team from Germany, so the team from UG, so the team from J, right? In a minute. In the UT. Yeah. So a quick photo. And our multimedia team, right? So from yeah. So yeah.
It's been a pleasure. Okay. Thank you.
All right, so that's the big team, so which actually made this possible, right? And so we have been connecting visually, and so at the end, so we met physically, right? So thank you very much. So I'll call upon the head of the UNESCO Univoc, so to us on the stage, so to close the event officially. Friedrich.
So let me see. First of all, sound check. Does it work? Can you hear me well like this? Working. Okay. Thank you. So you remember when I spoke at the gala dinner on the first day, I said that I had cut down my remarks a lot to keep them short. Now there's a bit an opposite effect because throughout the day I was reflecting over the last 3 days, and as I was listening to the speakers today, more ideas came to my mind. So I took a lot of notes, so it got a bit longer. And I really hope that I can decipher all my scribbles here now. Well, it's the point now to close the event officially. We're at the end of the BILT Bridging Event Africa 2026 with the title Advancing TVET. Thank you. Advancing TVET through industry partnerships and innovation. We had a very interesting mix of presentations, panel sessions, discussions with a diverse set of TVET stakeholders. The study visits yesterday gave us some insights into TVET in South Africa. And also I saw that outside of the agenda, there were very lively discussions among the participants here and a lot of exchange of contact information. And I really hope that also contributes to future dialogue and continuation of the exchanges that started here. So I hope that you all found the program, you all enjoyed the program and found it as stimulating as and I think this was also reflected in remarks from the closing speakers from UNISA, DUT, and JET. The objectives I don't have to say again, we may already hear, this was already reflected by Paola, James, and Pinky that the event was an success. I really agree with that. I was going to enumerate the objectives from the agenda, but I don't have to do that now. I think we know that was all met. One item is still missing here, that's the discussion paper that JET started to work on. And we already got some ideas for the recommendations that might reflect that there in the remarks from Paola, Pinky, and James. I did want to talk a bit about lasting impact because now we had an event here that had some specific objectives, but it doesn't end here. You know, we can say we had exchanges here, we examined enabling conditions for sustainable TVET, facilitated cross-regional peer learning, and so on, but this is not the end. What we really hope to get out of this is lasting impact. And that's up to all of us in this room. And I hope so that we all, you, us, take the lessons and ideas home, ideas from new partnerships and new initiatives, and then apply them in your institutions, in your communities, and in your countries. And beyond that, I know that to put this really in the big perspective now, there is this vision of a new global TVET agenda. And that brings me to this banner that you have seen here on the stage for the last 3 days. Towards the global TVET agenda, I repeat the motto, shaping the future of technical and vocational education and training. The closing year, the target year of the Sustainable Development Goals is only 4 years away, 2030. But we really have to start thinking about what comes next. We need a new global development framework, and the hope of UNESCO, UNIVOC, other partners, and the partners in this TGTA initiative is that this new global framework will have a very prominent role for TVET that reflects its key role as a driver of social and economic transformation. And that's exactly the role of this agenda, of this TGTA initiative. But for this to be a truly global agenda, it really needs input from all regions. So that needs input here from Africa, from all the other regions. And therefore, I want to invite all of you to approach the partners in the initiative. So in this room, that is UNIVOC and BIBB, but there are other partners. And please ask us how you can contribute, because we really would like active participation from all of you and all countries. So this is the point where I'm struggling with deciphering with my notes. Where am I now? Well, I come to the point where I'm going to thank everyone here. This is not a point where we thank people here. Starting by, I want to of course, thank the hosts here, our 3 UNIVOC centers that worked together so well, and you saw the entire team here just now at the stage. UNISA, where's Cello? He disappeared already. He was so active there. He is, of course, yeah. And Dr. Molapo just reminded me that I should really thank you specifically for all your engagement and the preparation that went into this. Yeah, so. But really, everyone else, even if I don't name any individuals. So we have the hosts here, UNISA, DOT, JET, the organizing team from UNIVOC, BIPP, and our local partners here, all the speakers, panelists, and presenters. Thank you for your sharing your insights and experience. And all the other participants from UNIVOC centers and other institutions that traveled. Some of you traveled from very far away, or some of you also live close. Thank you for your active participation. Then also, of course, the support staff. We have people behind the scenes that we don't even see here, the interpreters, with the sound technician over there, cameraman, the people who arranged the room, the people who provided the catering and so on. So thank you for all of you. It's really all of us that contributed. Now, I was given one more task that is it on stage? No. Okay, I'm waiting here for a QR code. And Natalie is going to get that QR code on the screen. Is it there now? Yes. So please, call to all of you, please complete the evaluation form. Really, we need that feedback. And be very honest. You know, we are very happy to hear praise, to see what worked well, but we also need criticism, because we know there's always room for improvement, and we need to know what didn't work so well so we can do it better next time. Finally, please continue the exchanges that started here. You can follow UNIVOC on the social media, and also, of course, exchange with all the other partners that participated here, and then the dialogue will continue at the latest in Sao Paulo in November at the next BILT Bridging event hosted by our partners from Senai. So again, thank you to all of you. Enjoy the rest of your day. If you came here from elsewhere, safe travels home. And with that, the meeting is closed. Thank you.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the lunch will be served. Please, may I please ask you to get the band and also the ticket for the soft drinks? And then the other thing is, may I please ask VP Molapo, Dr. James, Prof. Mtembu, Prof. Vaula, Prof. Mokoena, Mr. Hobla again to come in the front for our MMS. Multimedia also requested for the article, the last article of the closing of the event. Please, may you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. The lunch will be served at the 4th floor as usual. Thank you. Goodbye.
you.